Hello, it is Jamie J. I am the CEO and founder of Bottleneck Virtual Assistants. And we're going to do this thing today. If you don't know about it, don't worry. We did this such last minute, but we're going to have a lot of fun with this. And we're pretty excited today. So grab a cup of coffee, make sure the pot is going there, and join us because for the next 3.5 hours, we're going to be opening up our business and sharing with you everything that we've done since COVID hit to reimagine the way the virtual assistant industry works. And I think you're going to be shocked. I think you're going to be in awe that Bottleneck Virtual Assistants is now an anti-virtual assistant company. So we're going to help you stop the bottleneck in your business. We're going to have several guests today. We're also going to go behind the scenes, and I'm going to introduce you to each and every single person that helped us get here in the Bottleneck team. Unbelievable people. So let me go ahead and do this. Let's get started. And in about, 38 seconds. Hello and welcome to Live with Bottleneck Special Launch Edition. This is BNVA launching event. BNVA stands for Bottleneck Virtual Assistants. It's the launching event for 2020. That's today from 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Yes, we have 3.5 hours of live. The little joke that I've been talking about is the over-under on this thing is about 3 times that we're actually going to mess up or go down. If you think we're going to do more, let's hear it. I'll talk about this a couple times too. How many times do you think we're going to mess up today? I'd love to hear it because we kind of wear our hearts on our sleeves here. And you know what? It was during a meeting about a week ago. I said, hey, you know what? Everybody on the team, I'm going to invite you and we're going to do a live event. And everybody went, what? What am I doing? And so I am so excited to bring you this program today for 3.5 hours. Why am I excited? We're going to completely disrupt the entire virtual assistant industry. And we're going to have some special guests on today, people that were contributing to us, helping us out, extremely professional in their own area of expertise. And I want to make sure to not only share with you what they've done, but I also want to get you behind the scenes, introduce you to every single person on our team that actually made this happen. COVID-19 is a serious challenge. It's a serious problem. But I'm not going to let that, and our entire team here at Bottleneck is not going to let that dictate the way that we operate and live our lives. So we've completely reimagined the virtual assistant industry, and I cannot wait to share with you what we've done as far as redesigning our own category. You see, we're not a product or a service that we're trying to position ourselves into another category. You may have heard of product or market fit. No. That's not us. We're actually creating the category so that other people can leverage what we create to better and improve themselves, especially in this industry. So without any further ado, what I want to be able to do is introduce you. And really quick, Efron Carbonilla Leonard. Hello, sir and Miss Sarah. Hello, Efron. Nice to see you. I'm going to introduce you to a very special person. Her name is Raina Adlawan. Raina is my personal executive assistant, whatever you want to call it. She's amazing, and she's a big inspiration to me and everything that she does. And so to kick things off, I want to go ahead and invite her in so that she can say hi. Hi, Raina.
Hi, Sir Jamie. Hello, good morning, everyone. We're so nervous and excited to be here finally after months since COVID, since the
Yeah,
pandemic
it's been
began. Um,
pretty dang
it's been
crazy,
crazy,
right?
Sir Jamie. Yeah, super crazy. I don't know what to say.
Well,
We've
that's
been working our
okay.
behinds.
My goal today is it's on me to say thank you for everything that you've done. You've worked so hard for us, just like everybody else, and even including this to what's happening today. It's pretty it's just pretty challenging, right?
Super.
So what I want to do is I want to send everybody to our launch page. It's bottleneck.online/launch 2020. Maybe Raina, I've got you've worked with me on this. What can people
Yeah.
do when they go to the launch page? What can they do there?
Of course, when you go to the launch page, you will have to register for our newsletter, and then we have a very big surprise for you guys. We're gonna be giving away some stuff, and if we reach 1,000 subscribers on our newsletters, oh my gosh, I don't know what Jamie is gonna say to you, but I don't know, Sir Jamie, maybe you do the honors when we reach 1,000 subs.
Yeah, go to bottleneck.online/launch-2020. Register for our newsletter. You're going to get the ultimate guide to hiring a virtual assistant, a dedicated distant assistant. It's the 7 things you really need to know before you hire. It's a really good article. It's very brief, but it's very impactful and informative. If we reach 1,000 subscribers between now and tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Central, we're going to be giving away a free dedicated distant assistant, highly skilled, highly trained for 30 days. And Bottleneck, we are going to pay for it, right? Among that, we're going to be doing some other things. We're going to be giving away the clear rear. This will clean your bum. It'll leave the it'll just clean your bum. I won't go into it too much more. We're gonna be giving away a Mevo Facebook camera. This thing is really
Yes.
cool. What else are we gonna be doing? We're gonna be giving away a microphone, and this is my Yeti microphone that I started using when I started off in podcasting about 7 years ago.
With an
And
autograph.
and what's that?
With an autograph.
Oh, okay. I'll
Yeah,
even
with your
autograph it. Yeah, I'll even autograph it. I did want to say, oh, we got a couple more here. Raquel,
Yep.
Raquel, she's awesome. Hello,
Hi,
Raquel.
Raquel. See you later.
And Efren says, "Go, Reina."
Efren.
Jovelyn, hi, Jovelyn. How are you?
And we
Oh my
have
gosh! And of course,
Don
Dan
Paulson.
Paulson. Oh my gosh! Congrats on
Hi,
the launch.
Don.
Thank you so
Hi,
much,
Dan.
Dan. And Dan, for those of you that have received my email newsletters, get ready because you're going to be receiving an email newsletter all about Dan. He's pretty amazing. So go to bottleneck.online/launch-2020, register. And hey, if you want to unsubscribe, you just want to register for the prizes, I get it. Hopefully you will subscribe. What's going to happen in that subscription in the newsletter is going to be tips and strategies of different things that can help you scale your business, utilizing and leveraging your time through a dedicated distant assistant. We're going to be going into more of that pretty soon. So what's
Yep.
next on the list here, Reina?
Of course, we have our guys here from our internal team, and I'm very excited because you know how they're very shy, but they really wanted to commit into showing themselves, and then also with their skills in their website skills and also their graphic skills. So I'm so excited for that.
Yeah, I cannot wait. I am going to let everybody know here again. The over-under is about 3 on how many times it's going to mess up because my computer has been acting up. So when it does act up, Raina's going to pop in and take over. But until then, I want to be diligent in everything that we're doing. And Encallado, is that how you say that? Is
Hi
that
guys.
right?
Yeah, I'm having my friends watch me.
Hey, all right, all right. Well, hey, I want to um, take the next step here, and I want to introduce our web development team, both our graphic team and our web team. And I want to take this opportunity to kind of bring them on board. I want them to introduce themselves, and I want everybody that's listening right now, if you have any questions or comments, please ask away. We have Raina that's going to be answering and doing the best we can. If time permits, we'll bring a question on. we'll be able to answer that. But first and foremost, I want to introduce you to our team. So, Reina, let's. I'm going to kind of bring you
Yeah.
in. I'm going to add them to the stream here real fast. This is our team, our amazing team.
Hey guys.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Hi.
I want to first and foremost, I want to say thank you to everybody,
Guys.
to Sherwin, to Roel, John Babas, RJ, Cedric Barros. We call him Ced, and then Raymond. We call him Momon or Mo for short. You guys have been incredible. You guys built the new website that we launched. You can go to Bottleneck.Online. You guys designed all of the artwork that we're seeing here today, and I can't thank you guys enough. And so I wanted you to introduce yourself really quick. Tell us what you do, and yeah, just let's have some fun. We'll start with you, Sherwin.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sherwin. I'm one of the member of the web development team. I help Mr. RJ to develop the Bottleneck.Online website. And um, amazingly, I returned back here in Bottleneck since last year. So hopefully I'm very happy that I come back
Me
in Bottleneck.
too. Thank you, Sherwin. Let me see who we're going to go to next. RJ. RJ, I have to say, works. He works directly with Sherwin. Been with me the longest out of anybody else. Just a godsend that you've been here for us. And I wonder if you could introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit how long you've been with the company, and what you do.
Yep. Hi guys. Thank you, Jamie. I've been working into Bottleneck since I think 6 years, and yeah, I'm doing web development teams and any technical issues and fixes for related to the web development. So yeah, that's all.
Well, it's fantastic. Well, I want to let you know you did a fantastic job on the website. I'm super pumped. Everybody, go check out the website. I love this. This is the official launch of Bottleneck.Online. I couldn't be more excited, and I'm just super happy. And thank you, RJ. Thank you, Sherwin, for the development.
Yep.
Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. You guys knocked it out of the park because that was not a small project, right?
Yeah.
How long
Yeah.
have we been working on this?
I think 3 months.
Yeah.
And other than that, we're working some other development projects too. So it's kind of
Yes,
easy.
there.
Yeah.
Well, I next I want to introduce you to the design team. I'm going to start with Ced. Ced's been with us for quite a while. He's absolutely amazing, uber creative, and one of the nicest skateboarders you'll ever meet. And I just want to pop this up there. Kevin Kwok, how awesome is this? Always good to meet global talent. You guys would enjoy our show on Wednesdays. We might check it out, Kevin. We might. No, we will. Thank you so much. And you know what? It's extremely important. As our internet, as our technology improves, our world gets smaller. So finding global talent is that much more important. And that's I want to switch over to you, Ced. Can you introduce yourself? Tell us how long you've been here, and tell us what you do here.
Hello, guys. Good evening and good morning. I'm Cedric Barros, and I've been working for the BNBA since 2016, and I'm a graphic artist and web designer for this team.
Yeah, you do some pretty amazing work, Ced. I have to admit.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, thank you for constantly showing up. Thank you for just being here, and thank you for being a tremendous human being. I want to introduce our counterpart, Momon. It says Raymond on his name there, but Momon, let us know. You've been a wonderful. The artwork that you do baffles my mind, and I've told everybody. Everybody knows I do not ever want to be a graphic designer, but I appreciate the art that you create. So I wonder if maybe you can introduce yourself and tell us, what you do and how long you've been here.
Uh, Hello guys, good morning and good evening. I am Raymond Salingsing. I am the graphic and web designer here in Bottleneck. And I've been with Bottleneck since February this year. And it feels like just yesterday since working with Bottleneck is fun. So it feels like time flies. And yeah, and my job role is to create mostly on web designs and also graphic designs for our social media marketing material, something like that. And I think that's all, sir.
Well, I want to say thank you guys for introducing yourselves. And what do you guys see as the biggest challenge? Like how? I guess my question is, and anybody answer this question: how challenging is it to work with people like me? With me being in the U.S., you being in the Philippines, me trying to give instructions, you trying to follow up with changes. Um, how has that been for you? And where do you think after going through this project we can improve?
Well, I think most of the part, the project man for the communication, that's the most important one, communication. So for we're using the project management software, cloud-based one. So that really helps a lot in communicating with different teams and with different time frames.
Yeah.
Yep.
We
Yep. And
Yeah.
also
are
with our weekly meetings, we
12,
can always update.
12,
Oh, hold on one second. We're cutting over each other. Go ahead.
12
Go ahead,
hours.
Momo.
Uh,
Oh,
Oh,
it looks like Sherwin's stalling a little bit there. Go ahead, Momo.
yeah. It also helps with our weekly meetings as uh, the web dev team and the graphics have a meeting with Sir Jamie weekly to update each other, so we can always let each other knows what's happening and everything. Yeah, like some if we have like improvements that we have to implement on the designs, on the development, uh, something like that.
I love it.
And
Yep.
So go
and
ahead,
I
Sed.
think the workflows too, sir. We that really helps a lot. Something to deliver the task smoothly.
I
The
love it.
workflows. Yeah, sir.
Yep. For me, yeah, communications. Every company has a issue on communication. Workflow is really the key to fix that issue. And yeah, working with you, I think this is the hardest part since I work with you. Especially, you really want this launch to be set and finished. So yeah, but
Mhm.
it's almost one, especially when you have a side project. Challenge. Yeah, it's been there, but I think it's fun that you learn a lot to learn for these challenges. So yeah.
Yeah, and you know what? So you brought up some really good points. We brought up communication using a project management software has been very
Mm,
helpful.
mm,
The scheduled meetings has been very helpful,
mm,
and then managing our workflows, right? Are managing the processes through written workflows, and everybody here has helped contribute to those workflows. Those are really good points. We're going to touch on all of those later today.
mhm.
And so I really want to say thank you. I know Sherwin dropped off there. That is one of the challenges of having this distributed workforce, but I think we've done a pretty dang good job. And I think it's because of you. The design, you've brought this vision to life, the development, putting it out there so that when people visit the website, Bottleneck.Online, they can go and they can easily find what they're looking for. The page load speeds are extremely fast. And I just cannot thank you guys enough for everything you've done. You guys are amazing. And I just want to say thank you.
Yep. Thank you to Jamie.
Yes, sir.
Thank you to the team.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and continue on the show here. And thank you guys for jumping on board. Really appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
That was our web development team. They, I have to tell you, amazing people. Not only character, they fit right into our core values. I absolutely love them like a family. I think it's fantastic. So what I'm going to be doing now is talking a little bit about the giveaway before I'm going to be introducing. I wonder if I'm going to be introducing. I don't know if I'm going to be introducing. What's coming up next, Raina?
Oops, sorry. Hi, Sir Jamie. Next, we're going to have our giveaways for 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
And then
that's
what's coming
exciting.
up after the giveaways?
I'm sorry?
What's coming up after giveaways?
Oh, we're going to have our operations manager come on.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
our bearded operations manager as well, just like you.
That's fantastic. Okay, awesome. Well, I'm going to talk a little bit about our giveaways. And then basically what's going to happen is go to, let me see if the link is here. Banners. There we are. I think we're here. There it is. Go to bottleneck.online/launch-2020. You'll be able to follow us on different social media there, and you'll be able to register for our newsletter. Well, we're going to send you the ultimate guide to hiring a dedicated distant assistant. What's really cool about this particular guide, it's very brief, but it's very informative and very action-oriented. And it's going to tell you the 7 things that you absolutely need to know before you hire a dedicated distant assistant. So it's extremely important that you go and register for this. Why? Because we want you to get smarter about what it is that we're about to unleash in the virtual assistant industry. Plus, we have some prizes we're going to give away. So one of them being a bidet. Experience the new clean with clear rear. That's going to be one of the prizes. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is the first microphone that I ever used when I started podcasting about 6-7 years ago. And it's a Blue Yeti mic. And the team actually, I'm going to sign it. I don't know if that adds value to it, but I'm going to go ahead and do that anyways. And if you don't like it when you get it, send it back or give it to somebody else who's going to use it. But this is a great mic to get started with. And then this is the Mevo camera. I'm going to be giving this away. Now, I have used this camera, but I like it so much, I really want to give it away so that you can live stream. I love live streaming like we're doing right now. And this little tool can help you out. All you need is a cell phone and you'll get started. Basically, it's stream lives to your customers, fans, and friends from virtually anywhere via Wi-Fi or LTE. Mevo supports live stream and Facebook Live. It's really cool. It's basically a producer and a camera. It'll follow you around while you're walking. It's pretty neat. So that's going to be there. We're going to be giving away, what else? Oh, I think we're going to be giving away. We had, I forgot. I'm coming. Don't worry. I'm here. We went and we met one of our favorite comedians is Ron White. So we went and met him. I don't know if you can see this, but we're giving away comedy salute to the troops. When we met Ron White, he gave us one of these. I thought it was pretty cool. Ron White is a great comedian. And if you like Ron White, then microphone, please, with your signature. Okay, Efren, that sounds great. I guess it's in. If Efren says, hey, there's Kyle. Kyle, I want to say good morning to you. And if you go to bottleneck.online/launch-2020, there's a link there to the blog that we wrote supporting the reason why we're having this launch today. And I mentioned you smack dab in the middle of that article. You tweeted one time, and so we copy and pasted that in there. And I want to thank you for that, Kyle. Really appreciate it. Yeah, hats off to you for giving us a shout out. Yeah, that's just fantastic. So I want to say good morning to you. Okay, so let me see. We have 1 minute left, and we're going to be bringing up our operations manager. Actually, no, I guess we got to bring him up now. We're this thing's running tight. So I want to let you know that introduce you to Ben Clements. He's our director of operations. You're just going to see him a couple times today. And I was a little worried that he might have a better beard than me. But I'm okay with that. I'm comfortable with myself. And I'm really happy to have Ben on the team. He's been instrumental in helping us from an operational perspective, along with sales. And we're going to be talking about the new CRM that we brought on board. And so without any further ado, let's bring on Ben. Hey, how you doing, Ben?
How's it going, Jimmy?
How's life, man?
Oh, not too bad. Not too bad.
Hanging in there?
Oh, yeah. Obviously, a little nervous about doing a live, but
oh man,
always got to try new things, eh?
Exactly. Well, I just want to say thank you so much for jumping in, and you've been with us. If you can, give us a little bit of background, who you are, how long you've been with us, what you're doing here, and then I really want to jump into some of the stuff that you've been helping us with.
All right. Well, I'm Ben, operations manager currently, and I'd say amateur hockey player. Let's see. I started here in February, kind of right before the pandemic hit, so kind of iffy on the timing, but we worked it out. Originally started off as director of business development, and turns out with setting up the new CRM and everything, operations manager seemed like a better fit. Still doing all the tasks I did there, speaking with clients and doing consultations, everything else. But now we're setting up all the new software, CRM, and GetAccept or for signing documents. So it's been fun.
It's been a whirlwind.
Yes, it has.
A whirlwind, of epic proportions, to say the least. Yeah, one of the things that I have to say is we've been going on with a company called 17 Hats for the longest time. 17 Hats has been pretty good for us. I've recommended it to a lot of my friends, but our company has kind of grown over time. 17 Hats is an incredible program for anybody out there. Go check out 17hats.com. I'm not getting paid for this, unless I go find a referral link and send it to you. But they don't pay. I think they give you more time or something like that. But it is an incredible piece of software if you're like a photographer or, you have it's more like a solopreneur type of platform. It's very affordable, and it's just a really great platform. We've grown. We've started finding some tweaks that we needed to make in our processes and our workflows. So we decided to go on a CRM hunt, and we landed much with your input, with my wife Sarah's input, with the team's input. We landed on a company called HubSpot, and they did a really good job of supporting us, answering our questions. One thing I will say about HubSpot, I wish they would let a lot more features open. It seems like every time you gotta get a new feature, it's got to upgrade. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's frustrating. That aside, we've done a pretty good job with what we've had. And I wonder if you can kind of tell me what you think about since we've adopted this. And by the way, we adopted this the same time we were building the website, the same time we were setting up our new systems, the same time we were doing our billings, our subscriptions. Everything was new. So what do you think about the new CRM, and how did you manage that?
Well, I honestly love it. It took some time to get used to. It is pretty expansive. There's a lot you can do within HubSpot, but it's been fantastic. It's the task system makes it real easy to stay on top of any kind of follow-ups you need to do. The deals pipeline that you can set up, it's just excellent, and where you can see how all your deals are progressing. And it's just a way it kind of marries marketing and sales with being able to send marketing emails, and you can make phone calls out of there. It's just, there's so much you can do, and then all the reports off of everything you've done. You can see, what emails are performing, what emails aren't performing. Even your web pages, you can see where customers have been going, where they've been clicking, where all the traffic's, basically concentrated at. So it's really helpful.
It really is. It's taken us a while, but we can get a snapshot of our deal pipeline. We can have it to where we can create all of our processes, all of our emails in advance, so that we can be sending it out, so that we're being consistent. We know at what point where someone may not drop off. We've done, oh my gosh, it's been kind of crazy. And that's kind of been the driver for how we've created our workflows and our mind mapping what if processes, right? It's based on that CRM, which is pretty cool. And what I like about it is, now that we have the process down, which you and Sarah, I think Raina, Rachel, they're all going to be talking about the systems and processes a little bit later, but it's been really, really incredible. Now, you also manage the onboarding and talking to our clients and the consultations. How are you juggling that time, and what are you doing to make sure you're not dropping the ball?
Well, like I say, with HubSpot, it makes it real easy to actually stay organized, and it integrates with my Google Calendar, so all my meetings just go straight there. And like I say, whenever I'm doing that, I'm just creating tasks on HubSpot to remind myself, and it lets me know first thing as soon as I start my day, hey, these are the people you got to follow up with today. And it just, I say, the whole HubSpot task thing and using their task queue, it's honestly made things easier for me.
That's fantastic. What would you say is the hardest part about what you're doing? And it could be me. Maybe I didn't give you good direction. But what was the biggest challenge so far since you've been here?
The biggest challenge, honestly, probably was just kind of how everything changed and like starting fresh. It was a big challenge to get that whole process nailed down, but now that we've got it feels pretty good to have it down.
It does. And yeah, hats off to you. I think absolutely amazing what you've been able to do from where we were to where we are now. It's kind of neat to see how much more efficient this is going to be. I had someone that I was talking to the other day, and he commented, it was yesterday, and he commented and he said, Jamie, I just want to let you know, I can tell you worked extremely hard on this process because it was so easy for me to be here right now. And he goes, I just want to thank you for that. He knows how hard it is. So because of the work that we've been doing over the past 4.5 to 5 months, we've started this thing, right? I mean, it's been a while.
Yes.
And to completely uproot from one way of doing things, completely flipping our business on its hindquarters, and now operating. Do we still have growing pains? I'm sure we're going to. But that's actually a great question. What challenges might you see us moving forward? What challenges might you see that we get or have?
Yeah, I'd say that the main challenge is, if we bring on an additional, person, employee to run through and do some sales, it's going to be a challenge. Kind of obviously at first it's going to be a very daunting task with everything they have to learn. But I think the way we have it all nailed down, it won't actually be that much of a challenge. It'll look like a huge challenge, but it won't be too much of one.
Yeah, you know what I want to say too is, this is just the beginning for us. We have some serious work cut out for us, and we have some big plans. So we have some big growth opportunities where we're going to be taking everything that we've learned. One of my favorite sayings, thanks to Scott Beebe, wherever you are, and you can learn more about Scott Beebe over at, I think it's oh my gosh, Scott Beebe. I'm sorry, Google Scott Beebe. MyBusinessOnPurpose.com. Lord Almighty, I almost had a brain cramp there. I'll have many more throughout the day, so bear with me. But he says, do something as if it's the last time you're ever going to do it. Document, document, docket. And that's one of our mantras every day. So every time you do, how has that helped you kind of learn more about what we're doing here?
Well, yeah, it's really helped out. And actually, it makes the creation of workflows much easier. And in fact, I've started recommending to everybody if they're going to be training someone on how to do a task, just simply do a screen share of you completing that task and go through the whole thing. And, every mouse clicks a step. You provide it to someone, that video, and then just let them create a workflow out of that, like create all the steps. And it really helps them, nail down the process. And if there's any issues, they can, you can review it and see it right away. So,
I love that. I think it's fantastic. And I saw Tom Schwab made a quick comment there. Thank you, Tom Schwab. He's awesome. Tom Schwab is the CEO of see, I'm having another brain cramp. Interviewvalet.com. You got to go check that out. He is absolutely amazing. And if you go check out his social media today, you'll see how someone just talked volumes of goodness about him. He really is a really, really good person. So, and by the way, I think he's a good HubSpotter too. I'm pretty sure he's a big HubSpotter. So what do you think? What do you like best about HubSpot? And then we'll go ahead and get ready to wrap up here in about 3 minutes.
Well, with HubSpot, what I like is just the amount of things you can do. That it's literally sales and marketing combined. So we can send those marketing emails. We can you can build landing pages off of HubSpot, and you can see all the analytics come in from that. So it's really helpful in that standpoint, as you can see, like say, what's performing and what isn't, and kind of helps you focus in on just what's performing and what's your best success.
I love that. You get just good snapshots. Kyle asked, what do you guys think of Sweet Process or similar software? Have you ever heard of Sweet Process? I haven't. I'm guessing maybe it's a software to help set up systems and processes, maybe workflows, maybe like mind mapping. Is that what it is, Kyle? I don't know. I've never heard of it, so I can't speak to it. Yeah. So we're using, I forget what it is, Raina. I forget what software she's using. So basically you know what? I don't want to get sidetracked into that because we're talking about systems and processes later. I want to make sure we, stay on track here with CRM and talking about customer relation management. As a matter of fact, we're going to have Christopher Lockhead on in a little bit. He's the person that created the word CRM. I mean, amazing stuff here. Kyle Lonett says exactly. Okay, yeah, we'll get into that in during our systems and processes. While we're not familiar with that, we will share with you what we're using here and the tools that we're using, so you guys can kind of get a behind the scenes there. So, Ben, before we wrap up, is there anything else you would like to add to this on where we are, what direction we want to go, just anything at all?
Well, yeah, we're just still training away, still learning new things every day. I think the more time we spend with the CRM, the more we learn what it can do, and obviously what it can't do, which is also equally as important. But yeah, it's been a great journey so far, and I'm really excited about the scalability of everything and just where the future is going to take us.
That's fantastic. And you may see a little scrolling marquee going across the bottom here. It says go to bottleneck.online/inquiry. Definitely go check that out. When you book a time, you're going to be talking to Ben most likely. First, but you can go check out and learn more about this launch by going to bottleneck.online/launch-2020. Anything else to say, Ben, before we wrap this particular segment?
I think that's it.
You're the man. Well, thank you. And I can't wait for you to jump back on a little bit later. You'll be talking about systems and processes. Super stoked.
All right. Well,
thank you so much. That was Ben Clements. He's our director of operations. What a fantastic person. I want to go ahead and bring on Raina here. How are you doing, Miss Raina?
I'm doing well.
It looks
actually
like
my first time. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're doing great.
Yeah. How am I doing being a good director and coordinator?
We're doing all kinds of stuff, man. This is a lot of fun. So what do we have coming up next?
We'll I just wanted to inform everyone that we're reminding people to go to our launch page, because once we hit that 1,000 subscribers from our newsletters, Jamie will be Jamie will be having a good surprise for everyone that's going to subscribe. So watch out, and also with our gifts out there, and we will be announcing the winners tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a good thing. So every Friday at 10 to 10:30 a.m. Central Time, we do a special edition of Live with Bottleneck, and that is Live with Bottleneck, a week in review with my beautiful wife Sarah and myself, and we talk about everything that we've done the week prior, the challenges that we've had, what we've tried to do to overcome those, or what we did to overcome those, and then what we're doing
Yep.
in the next week. So we try to keep it in weekly chunks there, and we're going to share the screen, and you have this little spinning wheel, and it's
Yeah.
going to select the
Wheel of
winner's
Fortune.
name, the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, it's really cool, and so that's how we're going to determine who the winners are. So we're not going to be choosing any winners today. As of the day of this recording, it's August 27th, 2020, Thursday, from 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. But we want to give people to watch this during the replay, check it out, have some fun with it, and go to Bottleneck.Online /launch-2020. If we get 1,000 new subscribers,
Oh my gosh, here it is.
1,000 new subscribers to our list. And by the way, when you register to win prizes, you'll also get the free guide, the ultimate guide, I think we call it, the ultimate guide to hiring a dedicated distant assistant. It's the 7 things you absolutely have to know before you hire a virtual assistant, a dedicated distant assistant. And I should know. I've been doing this since 2006. I've helped hire and unfortunately fire over 1,000 people during those times. And I've taken what I've learned and the teams, what we've all learned, we put it all together into this guide. It's very brief, but very, very impactful and informative. And I highly encourage you to do it. That in itself is worth it. But if you do enter and we get 1,000 new subscribers, and believe us, we have integrity. We will show you how many subscribers we got. We're going to do the winning spill or the spinning wheel there. And one person is going to get for 30 days a free dedicated distant assistant, full-time support, and Bottleneck's going to pay for it. It's a $2,240 value. So pretty excited. You get to utilize all of the services that we offer. Can't wait to tell you more about that. Yeah, it's pretty dang exciting. Hi, Bethany. Can't wait.
Hi, Bethany. And she's like, yes, you are the master.
Oh my gosh.
See you later, Bethany.
So what is so that's what we're doing. You have to go to our launch page, which I believe there you got it already. Boy, you're quick. You're getting really good at this now.
Of course.
So go to bottleneck.online /launch-2020. We've really put a lot into this in a very short amount of time and are super excited about it. We put out a press release. We'll be introducing you to Mark Modesti later today during this call, and he's going to tell us all about the press release. He's an unbelievable writer, and he gifted his time for this cause to disrupt the entire virtual assistant, reimagine the entire virtual assistant industry. And I cannot wait to share with you. You've heard bits of it here and there, but we're gonna have Christopher Lockhead on as well, and he's gonna be launching it. I'm pretty excited about it.
I'm pretty excited too, Sir Jamie. More
Well,
learnings.
It does. It looks like we have about 1 minute until I get to introduce you to my wife, and she's amazing. So she on Tuesdays and Thursday mornings she goes and trains. So she's a personal trainer, and I have a feeling she's not quite back in the studio yet. And I'm going to say in the studio, meaning our house.
It's such an honor working from home, sir.
What's that?
It really feels good working from home. So
oh my gosh,
yeah, you don't have to rush and stuff.
I love it. My commute is I wake up, I go to the coffee pot.
Yep. Grab some coffee, eat
And
breakfast.
then we come. By the way, let's go Blues. I'm so sorry that they lost the playoffs, but hey, that's a story for another day. But yeah, I really enjoy working from home. I've been working
Yep.
remotely since 2006. And Raina, I'm stoked to be able to have you all with me in this company working remotely.
Yeah.
And before we introduce Miss Sarah, I want to ask one more thing because I know she's
Sure.
going to be coming on here in just a
Yep.
second. What's the best thing you like about working remotely? What's the most challenging thing you like working remotely?
Oh my gosh, I have a lot of things in my mind that I kind of it's like all over my head. The best thing I like is I don't need to commute. The traffic here in the Philippines is crazy. I mean, you need to go to work. Like it'll take you like 2 to 3 hours, depends on where you are, and that's like a bummer thing. I don't know. Also in the States there is traffic, but here when you experience traffic, the heat, um, the cars and the pollution and stuff like that. So I believe that one of the best things working from home is not commuting, and it's also saving money. So it's like saving the greens there. The challenging is, I believe, is maybe a bit of distraction. Depends on the situation because there are some remote workers that have families with them and then they have kids running around. So it actually depends. But for me, I don't have like my own family yet. I'm with my sister Rachel. She's the recruitment manager at Bottleneck, and my boyfriend Ryan. Shout out to my boyfriend Ryan. Hi there. We have our own space to work, so it's very convenient for the three of us. I mean, if we're doing something, we don't disturb them. So that's it. That's it so
Yeah.
far.
That
Yeah.
is. I mean, it's kind of nice. I've seen a lot of
Yes.
studies on productivity have drastically increased.
Mm-hmm.
At some point during today, hopefully, I can talk about Jeffrey Green's Crossing the Chasm and how that relates to this industry moving forward, calling it the brand new category that we're creating and why we're
Yep.
doing that. So I can't wait to get into that. I will see if I wonder if Miss Sarah is here. I
She's
believe
here. She's
she's
here waiting in the green
is
room.
she really? Well
Yeah,
then
she's waiting for you to do the honors and give the announcement. So she's here.
well then I am going to go ahead then and I'm gonna go ahead and pop this up on this. Oh, you're
Oh,
so quick. You are so quick. So
I know.
we're gonna be talking to my beautiful wife, the number cruncher, pretty much my boss. And we're going to be talking about the new billing and subscription plan within our organization. Again, I'm saying this because everything that we've done, we've completely reimagined the industry and we've gone on all kinds of different levels to make this happen. So without any further ado, here is my beautiful wife, Sarah. How are you?
I'm great. Ran into a little traffic, so we didn't quite make it back.
Hey, you know what? That's the beautiful part about this thing. It's live, and I was telling I gave the over under 3. I probably should have gone it up and upped it to 4. how many challenges we're going to have that's not going according to plan? But VG Wicker says awesome. How are you, VG? So I wonder, Sarah, if maybe you could share with us who you are for those people that may have never met you before, what you do, and we can have a cool conversation about and bring the sexy back into billing and subscription plans.
There's nothing sexy about it. I'm going to put it that way. I'm sure that I am in charge of, accounts payable and accounts receivable and payroll for our amazing staff, internal and external. And this has been a challenge. I took over, bless her heart, may she rest in peace, Jamie's mom, Margaret Sage. She was handling a lot of the bookkeeping and payroll, not accounts receivable or accounts payable, but and I had a lot of pain points. And I'm sure Jamie, because we both work in the house, he was tired of hearing about the pain points. So we reimagined it. and he said, what do you want? What would make this work for you? And so it's been a real process. I've gone through, okay, so we do PayPal, we do subscription. Subscription has been amazing. It's painless, it's easy for the client. I love it. I've had challenges with it though. So we've had some pain points with PayPal. So we're moving to QuickBooks, and I can't thank our CFO Kurt Stowers enough with F5 Financial. He has been a godsend in helping me, and he's oh so patient. And our clients as well. Very patient with me as we've been going through these growing pains. So I could talk about it for hours because I'm just over the moon excited with how it's become very easy. It's with all the workflows are in place.
Well, I can't thank you enough, Sarah, because I've been a bear to work with, to say the least. My brain works in a very funky way. I'm all over the place at times, and it's I have to say that what you've done in such a short amount of time is nothing short of genius. And while you may laugh and chuckle at that, and Michael Sackmary, he says, congratulations. Thank you, Michael. I really put a lot of weight on that because one of the biggest challenges I have, one of my biggest weaknesses is numbers. They scare me to oh my gosh, they scare the living daylights out of me. Details, follow-up, those are all things that I struggle with. And it just comes natural for you. Now, I know we have ESS, entrepreneurial squirrel syndrome, and that happens quite a bit, I think, with everybody. But I just want to take this moment to say thank you so much for everything you've done, because we've completely redefined the way we do business in 4.5 months. And I want to say thank you to COVID-19. Thank you to but believe it or not, I think this is going to be a blessing. We've lost 62% of our business in April. We were devastated, as many other business owners were. But we didn't quit. I think that's the most important thing. We kind of circled the wagons. And one of the biggest things was, what are we going to do with the billing and the subscriptions? What are we going to do to make this easier for us so that it'll benefit our staff and our clients and make life easier for everybody? And I think we've done that. And I want to know what you think. What do you think it is that we've done that's going to make things easier, not only for our staff, but also for our clients?
For clients, it's the ease of billing. We offer ACH, which is a bank transfer or a credit card, and they're recurring. They don't have to worry about it. They don't get bill. They don't have to go in and pay that bill. They don't have to enter their information in. They don't get emails from me. Hey, your invoice is past due. Hey, your invoice is past due. And let me tell you the challenge with that. We have a staff, and this staff, they work very hard for the clients, and they're like family, and they expect a paycheck, just as anybody does for their hard work. And it's a challenge if we're not paid. How do we pay the staff that's working for that client? And that was a real sticking point for us. That was something that I wanted to ensure that it was easy for the client. They didn't have to worry about it, and therefore our family of DAs, they didn't have to worry about it. They know, hey, I'm safe. I can expect my my paycheck on the first or the 16th, and it's worked out amazingly. And there's no hourly timesheets to keep. There's no invoice to send out with timesheets attached, and the client having to go and double check the hours of what's been done. There's accountability with the subscription based. It's they know what to expect, and they have the trust in their DA to know that they're working hard for them. you know it's just, there's a lot of checks and balances with it, and I think it creates a better relationship between the DA and the client, because there needs to be that trust. I think that's fantastic.
I wonder if maybe you could talk a little bit about the how impactful it's been now that the invoicing is kind of gone from an operational standpoint?
My time is freed up from doing that. Now we still have some clients that I still do invoice, but I don't. The pain point right now is figuring out the ACH and the CC and making sure all that information is in, because you have to get all that information from the client on the front end, and there's been a lot of workflows and processes, and I can't tell you how many screenshots I've taken to create these workflows. Um, uh, it's just been a lot of hard work, but it's very rewarding to see, hey, I don't have to worry about that now. I just need to double check in QuickBooks. It's so easy. Once you learn it, it's a steep learning curve if you don't have a background in it. But once you learn it, it's easy. Quick. Hit a couple of buttons. You can see where everybody's at, what their billing schedule is. I don't have to. In PayPal, I was having to go in and search for that client's button and then open it up. There wasn't. It was it was so difficult and it was so time consuming. So it's freed me up to concentrate on other things. I love helping Jamie with. I'm the second set of eyes to look at things that he's creating. It's always important in any business to have somebody that's not as involved in that portion of the business to take a look at it and question it. Hey, what could we do that's easier? And that's what I did with invoicing and payroll and accounts payable. So that's where I'm at.
Well, it's been a lot of work. You're right. You and Ben and Rachel, Raina, I think maybe we're gonna have Raquel or Jovelyn on a little bit later. You're all gonna be talking about processes and systems, and it's what I like about what we're doing today is we're pulling back the curtains and we're telling people what it's like to rebuild or to recreate or reimagine what is in existence today so that we can improve what is going to be in existence tomorrow. What's nice about this is we've created this out of nothing. There was never a bottleneck around. And together we're able to kind of look at this stuff and go, holy cow, there's so many different elements of this. And what I like about it is the vulnerability that you're showing. You're being straightforward. You're just telling it like it is. And I think people deserve to hear that. I think they need to hear this because it's not all roses. It's not all pink elephants and lemonade, as I say, right? There's a lot of struggle, but I think the more struggle, the better the reward. And you said earlier, it's very rewarding. And I think it is very rewarding. I think we've got a long road ahead of us, a lot of ground to till. But I'm excited about the future. What do you think about that?
I'm super excited about the future. Jamie is a certifiable workaholic entrepreneur, and I'm okay with that. He used to work till 2 or 3 in the morning, and he's really cut that back. But when he needs to work late, I'm like, cool, just work late, get what you want done. I don't want you stressing about things. But I foresee a time when we're not having to work this hard. We have all the systems and processes in place, and the staff in place that can help, the wheel. This is a well-oiled machine. I already see that with Rach and Ben and Raina. They are absolute godsend for us. They've been amazing, adaptable, questioned things, helped with things, very open-minded, and we want their input. In fact, we value their input. As much input as we can get. It helps us because our goal is to create the best experience for our clients and to let them have a well-oiled machine that they don't have to worry about the tasks that they don't want to take care of. So it frees them up to focus on the things that they get their energy from, that helps them in their business so they can grow their business.
I love it. Well, thank you for all the help you've done, Sarah. I know you were doing personal training this morning, so it's been challenging. Oh, is there 5 more minutes that we have? Oh, I think we have 5 more minutes on this. Okay, I think we still have some time. I thought we were trying to wrap up here. My apologize. So let me see. Subscriptions. Talk to us a little bit about the subscriptions and how those work. That's actually, we totally didn't even talk about that. We need to.
Okay, so subscriptions. Clients can choose to pay on a weekly schedule, every 2 weeks or every 4 weeks. And of course, if the longer you stretch it out, the less expensive it is for them. Um, what this enables us to do, they pay in advance for the work that the DA is going to perform for that month. You know, much like your cell phone plan or anything of that nature. Um, and this is helped a huge pain point with us, but it also ensures that your DA, your family, they're getting, their pay. Um, uh, and that's what I love about this subscription. And it also it's painless. If you want, you can do 1 week at a time, and you can be full-time or part-time. You can do 2 weeks, um, full-time or part-time, and you can do 4 weeks full-time or part-time. And the great thing with 4 week, you can also add in the ISP, which is the integrated services plan, which is, just fantastic. It's like having your own little office team remotely working for you as a distributed workforce. I love that. Um, but so you choose your subscription plan. You decide if you want credit card or if you want to pay with a bank transfer, which would be an ACH. I send you a form for you to digitally sign. You return that back to me, and I go through QuickBooks, and I set up the recurring schedule. If it's going to be every week, every 2 weeks, or every 4 weeks, and it automatically happens. It's pretty much painless. These first few weeks have been difficult. The forms, the integration with the apps, with HubSpot and GetAccept, and GetAccept is a fantastic alternative to DocuSign, and it integrates nicely with HubSpot. There's been a learning curve. I've gotten to know the tech help really well at GetAccept. um, in fact, the gentleman I've been talking with is out of Colombia, so it's fantastic, and he's remote based, and he knows his stuff, and he's helped me immensely. So uh, that's what I think about the subscription plan.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I think the subscription plan, having a subscription-based model is really, really, really smart. and the reason why I think it's so easy, as you mentioned just before, it's really easy for the client. They're able to easily budget something. They're not going to get a fluctuating bill every month, every week, every 2 weeks, whatever the billing cycle is. They know exactly what to expect. And that's the whole goal of everything. I think the main objective, one of the biggest challenges we have overcome, is setting those expectations and then delivering upon the promises that we said we're going to deliver on. So we're just keeping it consistent, right? All the way through everything, including the subscription-based fee. So, Sarah, thank you so much. Is there anything else you want to say before we wrap? And I appreciate you jumping in, even though you had to train someone this morning.
No, I'm thrilled to see that you're not having technical difficulties. That makes me very happy.
Oh no, where's the word?
We've been struggling with that this week. Just some cute personal computer issues, but it made my heart warm when I jumped in the waiting room and I'm like, oh, he's in his office. That's great. So I will see you soon, and I love you, and thanks for being the best business partner ever.
I love you. All right, we'll see you soon. Please drive safe, and I can't wait to see you. Thank you. All right. Well, I'm glad everybody got to meet my beautiful wife, Sarah. Every Friday from 10 to 10:30, we do a week in the review on the Live with Bottleneck show. And it's me and Sarah talking about all the challenges that we've had and everything that we're doing to overcome those challenges, and then what we're going to be doing for next week. And as you will see, we're going to be doing the Wheel of Fortune tomorrow for everybody that's going to be winning the prizes. So I want to talk about the prizes just 1 second before we go into our next segment of category design. It's going to be freaking amazing. And I'm so super honored to have Christopher Lochhead. If you have read my blog that on the launch, if you see in the newsletter, if you see anything that we're talking about today, I would contribute or attribute most of what this concept is as far as a category came from an unbelievable discussion with this amazing and utterly legendary human being. Before we get to roll in and I introduce you to Christopher Lochhead and category design and talking about that, if you go to Bottleneck.Online /launch-2020, you kind of get to see there's a little button at the bottom where you can look and see who's coming on at what time. If you're looking for somebody to talk about, see what times we're talking about social media, workflows, category design. We're also going to be doing a giveaway. And in that giveaway, we're going to have all kinds of crazy stuff like the clear rear. You can clean your own behind. The clear rear. We're going to be doing Ron White. When my wife and I went and saw Ron White, we got to meet him. What a great guy. He gave us these CDs. We're going to give away one of these CDs. We're going to give away this cool live event camera called the Mevo camera. All you need is a little phone. And believe it or not, you can click on your face on the phone. This camera will automatically follow you around. It's like having your very own producer. But guess what? It's perfect for work at home, a remote work environment. And then my very first microphone I've ever had, the Blue Yeti. I've been requested to sign it. I don't know why, but I will. I'll go ahead and send this out as well. And then whatever else we can find out. If we get 1,000 subscribers before we launch tomorrow on our Week in Review live show at 10 to 10:30 a.m. Pacific or Central Time, I'm sorry. If we get 1,000 subscribers, and by the way, when you subscribe, not only will be entered to win these great prizes, but you will also be receiving the ultimate guide to hiring a dedicated distant assistant. And keep in mind, it's the 7 things you absolutely must know before you even think about hiring anybody. And this could be brick and mortar or remote. I've hired and unfortunately fired over 1,000 people in the past 14 years. I know what I'm talking about. Our team knows what we're talking about. We do this every single day. And while this guide is short, it's very concise and very impactful. And I think you'll get a lot out of it. But if we get 1,000 subscribers, Bottleneck will go ahead and provide you with a full-time dedicated distant assistant for an entire month that includes the entire integrated services program. So you're getting an entire team. It's a $2,240 value. So subscribe and we'll show you what's going on. So I do want to go into this and let me see, talk a little bit about the next segment. What is category design? I am going to be super honored and privileged to bring in Christopher Lochhead, a dear friend of mine. If you go and you look at the blog that we've launched today, Christopher is pretty much, he wrote the book on category design, for crying out loud. I mean, like, who else better to be here and to honor us with his time, his and I want to let you guys know, not only did he take time, you can go look at the launch page. You'll see the link to the blog that we wrote for this. Not only did he take the time to help us out, but he jumped on a call with the entire team and talked with us. And that's huge. I can't say enough good about him. So what I'd like to do is bring Christopher on at this time and introduce you to him. And we're going to talk about category design, what we've done here at Bottleneck to completely reimagine the entire virtual assistant industry. And for the next year, for thousands of clients that we'll be working with over the course of the next year, that's our goal. Thousands of clients that we're going to be working with are going to be introduced to a brand new category that is going to completely destroy any idea, concept, or thought of what they thought the virtual assistant world was once they get done with what we've done here. So really excited about that. Without any further ado, I want to introduce you to Christopher Lockhead. And let's see if there he is. Christopher.
Morning, Jamie.
Holy cow. How are you?
I'm good. I'm on my second coffee. It's early here on the West Coast, but I'm used to being up early. I'm stoked to be with you, and I'm very excited and proud, if I can use that term, of you and Sarah and the entire team. Congratulations on your legendary launch.
Well, I want to say thank you so much, Christopher. This has been one hell of a crazy year, to say the least.
Really? I hadn't noticed.
As you said, you got a black belt in 2020. I've even seen the 2020 shirts now with the long zero as the second zero. Have you seen those yet? Kind of looks like they're doing this one there. I want to say thank you first and foremost for coming on. I've studied the hour-long plus video that you were so kind to work with us on as far as category design. And I thought maybe you could talk a little bit about, besides being a #1 podcaster, a #1 author, best-selling author. I mean, it seems like everything you touch seems to turn to gold. And you have such an incredible way of seeing things. Even though you've experienced so much challenge this year, you still show up. You're very intentional. You're there all the time. And I just want to, first of all, say thank you from the bottom of my heart for being my friend, first and foremost, but also just for being an amazing human being. You've impacted my life like you will never, ever imagine, along with my wife and our entire team. And it means the world. The world.
Well, thank you, Jamie. That's very, very kind of you to say. And I love you, man. And I love Sarah and the whole team. And I'm proud to be associated with you. I really admire what you've done overall in life, but specifically of late, having your business get essentially mugged, hijacked by a virus and the recession and everything that's come since. And you did what legendary entrepreneurs do, which is you try to take matters into your own hands. You try not to have a victim mentality, but try to figure out what you can do as opposed to what you can't do. And you and Sarah and the team have done an incredible job of grabbing the category, grabbing the business, putting a vision out there, and driving a new level of growth for your company, and most importantly, making a difference to your clients and to your people. And so I just appreciate your tenacity. And entrepreneurs like you and Sarah are the entrepreneurs that inspire me. And I'm stoked for you, and I'm glad to be around in your orbit.
Likewise, very much so. For those of you get a chance, go to the launch site. You can check out the blog that we wrote today, and you're going to see a very motivational video that we've cut out and put on that page of Christopher. It's going to blow your mind, this message. So highly recommend listening to that very motivational brief moment and that I will forever be reminded of as I go on and live. Christopher, I wonder if maybe you could talk a little bit about what category design is and how we came up with this DDA, this designated distance. It still blows my mind. And you came up with it like that.
Well, so thank you. So what category design ultimately is about is introducing the world to a new way of thinking, particularly about a problem or an opportunity, and therefore a solution to go prosecute the opportunity or to deal with the problem. And one of the biggest mistakes we make in business, and one of the biggest lies we've been taught in business, is that success comes as a result of competing. And while, of course, we all compete to some degree. The reality is Legends didn't compete in any traditional way. They designed their own category. They niched down, if you will. They became known for a niche that they own. And so category design, from a marketing perspective, is really about radical differentiation. And from a business perspective, it's about introducing the world to something new, a new way of thinking, a new approach to solving a problem. And if we're the company that introduces the world to a new problem, the world assumes that we have the solution. And here's the really big aha. For my first book, we did a bunch of primary research to understand what percentage of the total value created in any given market category goes to the leader or the category queen, category king company. And it turns out, and we studied every venture-backed tech company founded in the United States from 2000 to 2015. We looked at what happened in the category, how the value grew in the category, and ultimately what percentage of total value created went to the category queen company. And it turns out that the category queen earns 76% of the total value created in the category. And so here's the aha. Would you rather be the 467th restaurant in your neighborhood? Or would you rather be the world's first sushi burrito like the folks at Sushirito? And so the aha here is the category makes the brand. You can be viewed as the leader when you radically differentiate and you evangelize that difference. So in the case of Sushirito, I love sushi. I love burritos. And the problem that Sushirito solves is, how do I eat sushi on the go? If you're like me and you like sushi, and maybe you're not, maybe, COVID time, we're not staying in the restaurant. So we order over the phone or the web, and we go to our local sushi restaurant and we pick it up, and you get all these boxes and stuff. And if you're like me, you're sort of like a kid on Christmas morning. You want to eat a little in the car on the way home, right? But eating sushi in the car in those boxes is stuff terrible, right? So in other words, sushi on the go doesn't really work. And so the Sushirito founders had this idea, which is, what if you make a sushi burrito and you wrap it up, then you can eat sushi on the go. And now there's a chain of them here in the San Francisco Bay Area. And they are not just another sushi restaurant. They are not just another burrito restaurant. They are the world's first Sushirito restaurant. And they've created radical differentiation. And most importantly, back to the competition discussion, they're not competing in a traditional sense. See, competition is about comparison. Category design is about choice. So legendary entrepreneurs and marketers drive choice, not comparison. I'll give you a specific example. If you ever turn on your TV and you watch your local television station, you will more than likely see ads for your local car dealerships. And virtually every one of them in every part of the country is the same. Hey, come on down. We got the greatest selection and the greatest price, and we will not be undersold. And we got the service, and come down this weekend and get a free balloon and all this sort of stuff, right? And they just yell and scream about, and we will not be undersold. You can compare us to. And so what they're doing is they're trying to capture demand. That is to say, go for the people who are looking for a car or a truck and interrupt them in their search and say, hey, we're faster, better, cheaper, closer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So when you compare us to our competition, we will be favorable. Well, when you do that, that's called a race to the bottom. Industries that do that have shitty margins. And so when you pull a category design move a la Sushirito, you are creating radical differentiation that forces choice. You can have traditional sushi or you can have a Sushirito, but it's almost impossible to compare a Sushirito to traditional sushi. And so that's ultimately what you're trying to do. And when you get that right, what you're doing is you're actually creating net new demand. And that's what category design is about. That's what legendary entrepreneurs do. The demand for iPhones was zero when Steve Jobs launched them. legendary entrepreneurs attack $0 billion market categories because they're creating demand where none existed, as opposed to falling into the traditional competition trap, which is what the car dealer does, which is they're in a game called capture demand. And when you're in a game called capture demand, you compete on comparison. And so legends do what now Bottleneck is doing, which is saying, hey, listen, we're not playing the same game as every virtual assistant. As a matter of fact, the more we got into this, the more we realized we don't like the traditional thinking around virtual assistants. This is not about having some bot take over your life. Okay, this is not about the technology. It's technology enabled, of course. It's about leveraging the technology, but it's actually about having somebody who knows you, who cares about you, who's a real person who leverages the technology to become a legendary assistant for you. So the virtual assistant space was starting to feel too dehumanizing. That's point A. And point B, in a C19 world and in a post C19 world, this phrase called social distancing, this phrase called physical distancing, we're now seeing some value in distance. So that's kind of point one. Those words are out in the ether in a way that they weren't before. And most importantly, because of technology, we're all now able to work from home. C19 has accelerated things like Zoom, has accelerated things like Slack. I just posted an article yesterday on social media how real estate in smaller towns is going up, places like Vail, places like Tahoe, so that if you live on the West Coast, maybe you work in San Francisco, maybe you work in LA, but now that everybody's working from home, I don't have to sit in LA traffic. I don't have to sit in San Francisco traffic. So maybe I move to a mountain town that's smaller. I work primarily remotely, and then I go in every once in a while for a meeting. This is the new work paradigm that's showing up. And so as we all looked at this together, what did we see, Jamie?
We saw an incredible opportunity for distance-based work.
Yes. And the truth is, you and Sarah and the team had been pioneering this idea. And because everybody else in the industry was calling it virtual assistants, you just did that. And then we had this aha that said, wait a minute, we're actually kind of the opposite of what most people today call a virtual assistant. Well, we're a dedicated, real life, distant assistant. And that's and I'm going to use this word on purpose, different.
Oh, I absolutely love that. Think differently. With Christopher Lochhead, go to lochhead.com and you can learn way more about the power.
There's a lot of different up there, isn't there, Jamie?
But one of the things that I wanted to say was we were doing one of the worst things imaginable. We were trying to do market fit. We were trying to fit into a category.
Yes.
And we had to completely change our entire mindset. And I know we're getting close to our time here, but I wonder if you can address that for a little bit and see what the difference is between us trying to be market fit versus, and I know this could be a big, you could probably talk a whole hour on this, but
yeah,
this was a huge shift for us.
Yeah, there's this terrible phrase, and I don't know that it started meaning this, but I think it's evolved to this, and I think it's very dangerous for entrepreneurs and in business, called product market fit. That is to say, when you're creating something new, what you really want is product market fit. And so this is like the old expression, well, did the dogs like the dog food? Okay. And so that phrase can trick an entrepreneur into thinking what they're trying to do is get their product or service to fit into an existing market. Or said in a different way, all I have to do is create a legendary product or service, show it to the quote unquote dogs, and if they eat the food, we win. Well, guess what? If Henry Ford had thought that way and he showed up and said, ta-da, here's my new innovation. Want one? Do the dogs eat the food? Is their product market fit? Everybody would have looked at it and first of all said, what is that? And no, I don't want that. He was introducing the world to something new, right? And that something new, it's interesting. Most people don't know what he called it. The original category name was horseless carriage. And so he was communicating he was distinguishing it from a horse and carriage or a horse and buggy. And so he described it by what it was not as opposed to what it was. And then he did what legendary category designers do, which is evangelize the value of a horseless carriage. So what's my point? The bigger the innovation, the more the explanation that's required. Not everybody's just going to get it. The quote unquote dogs are just not going to always eat the food. And so product market fit is a very dangerous thing. The more innovative your new offering, your new product, your new service, the more likely it is that you're going to have to help explain it. And the ultimate example of this is, I believe, that the wheel is arguably the greatest innovation created by humankind. Do you know, Jamie? Well, you probably know. You probably heard me say this. Do you know how long it took before human beings discovered the wheel could be used for transportation?
I don't know. No, but I know it was a long time.
Yeah, it was over 300 years from the time of the creation of the wheel. And most people don't realize the wheel was originally spinning this way, and it was designed for pottery. And then 300 years later, Jamie, a couple of legendary entrepreneurs got together with a bottle of Jack and a bag of Mary Jane and said, what if we take it and tilt it like this and use it for transportation? And all of a sudden, ba-bam, the biggest innovation probably in human history, certainly one of them. And so what's my point? My point is, if the wheel took 300 years to achieve product market fit, then product market fit's a dumb idea for us entrepreneurs. That is to say, why not take control of the situation and do what you've been doing, which is declare the category. Say, you know what? It's actually not about virtual. Virtual speaks to technology and dehumanizing and AI and all that stuff. Look, those things are important, but they're only important as it relates to enabling people. We're a dedicated distant assistant, somebody who knows you, somebody who works remotely, somebody who's committed to you. And that's distinct and different than a traditional virtual assistant. And that's our new category. That's our differentiation. And so category design ultimately is about being declarative about what makes you different and why that difference matters.
Enter dedicated distant assistant. Throwing out that virtual assistant, I think it's important to know, if you were to Google that term, and by all means, Bottleneck Virtual Assistants is still here. It's still going to be Bottleneck Virtual Assistants. But if you Google virtual assistants right now, chances are the results that you'll be gaining out of that are either transactional based relationships via, I'm not going to put any companies out there, but transactional based relationships, or artificial intelligence. And I understand there's some good in AI. There really is. But we're hitting the nail on the head with this thing, and we're hitting it home, letting you know that it's all about an intimate, distant relationship. And what I loved about this the other day, Christopher, well, it is actually May 20th when you did this. I say the other day because I've been watching that video like crazy. And so what you said is how provocative it is to put two words that completely are opposite together.
Yes.
But if you look up intimate, look at what the opposite of that is. It's distant.
Right. So you say we have an intimate, distant relationship. What?
Yeah. Wait, what?
Well, and the reality is the technology does enable it. It's a very powerful point of view. How many times have you and I met in person?
One time.
Right. And not to get weird or anything, but we have an intimate relationship.
Yeah, exactly.
We know each other well. We do important work together. We know about each other's lives and spouses and so forth and so on. And we've used the technology to, over time, work together and create a very human, both professional and personal relationship, right? And that's the vision that I love about Distant Assistant.
I absolutely love it. And I cannot say thank you enough for putting that bulb out there and for helping so many people with this. It's a blessing. It truly is a blessing. I really appreciate everything you've done on this. Thank you for taking the time to share with our audience. I cannot recommend listening to Follow Your Different. Go to lockhead.com, listen to the podcast, buy your books, listen to Lockhead on Marketing. Genius. Unbelievable shows. No shit. I think it's the best thing since sliced bread. your books, niche down, play bigger. Play bigger, category design, niche down, the importance of niching down, which I think we've done a really good job of. And this is the manual that we followed, Christopher, to let you know. Playbook or play bigger is the playbook for business. And I don't, it kind of was designed more for a bigger company, bigger entity, but you can go to town on that. I don't care if you're a solopreneur or not. You can use the information here. It is the biggest gift you will ever give yourself.
Just as on a side note, one of the things that I never expected when I became an author and a podcaster is the interaction with folks and how amazing it is that you wake up every day and there's people saying wonderful things to you in your inbox. And recently we've had a Grammy award-winning music producer reach out and say how much Play Bigger has influenced his business. So to your point, yeah, we thought originally when we wrote Play Bigger, it was primarily for Silicon Valley-based entrepreneurs and venture capitalists and so forth. And now we got Grammy-winning music producers like Monroe Jones doing category design. So and look, for small business, it's very clear there are riches in niches. And so whether you want to build the next Google or whether you want to build the next Bottleneck, designing and dominating a category that you can become known for is a strategy that works.
Oh my gosh. Christopher, thank you so much for your time. Definitely going to catch up here. I want to follow up with a couple things with you, but I'm with you.
Thank you, brother. Thanks for having me. I'm really proud of you and Sarah and the whole team, and continue doing legendary work.
Well, hell yeah. It's just the beginning. Thank you so much, Christopher.
Thank you, brother.
All right. Wow. I got to tell you, Christopher Lochhead is the man to take the time to come and talk with us, to help with everything that he's helped us with. Absolutely amazing. Seriously need to go out and get his books. No joke. Lochhead.com/books. You can learn what Play Bigger is. You can learn what Niche Down is. Those are the actual books that we've used to pretty much define this category that we are now officially calling Bottleneck Virtual Assistants is the world's first dedicated distant assistant company. There we go. We've said it. It's entrenched. It will forever be this day moving forward that a new category has completely uprooted, just destroyed the virtual assistant industry. Why? Because the virtual assistant, as you know it right now, is most generally bot-oriented, computer-generated, AI-backed. Not saying AI is bad, not saying it's great, but that's what virtual assistance is standing for, or it's more transactional based. We are in the world of building an intimate, distant relationship with a dedicated, distant assistant. Bottleneck Virtual Assistants, the world's first dedicated distant assistant company. And that's tons of thanks to Christopher Lochhead for sharing that with us. So I'm going to bring Raina on really quick while we make this transition. Raina, let me see. What do we have here? Let me do this. Oh, why? What's going on? Okay, there we go.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so what's next for us? I know we got a little bit extra on that one, but I think it was really important.
So we have here Mark Modesti on the line, and he's waiting in our green room. And we are very excited for him to talk about the press release.
Oh my gosh. Well, thank you so much. And I look forward to, I'm going to bring him on in just a second. Raina, thank you again for all of your help with this.
Yeah, of course.
I'm going to go ahead and quickly introduce Mark really fast. I think, so Mark Modesti and I met a couple years back. He I think was an executive at UPS, and he's spoken on the TEDx stage. Just a wonderful, wonderful human being. He asks the right questions is basically what it is. He's unbelievable in that aspect, and I couldn't have asked for a better person to kind of partner up with this. And I will tell you, go out right now, and we'll give you a link to find Mark. but any copywriting that you need, I cannot recommend Mark enough. This is one of the most important aspects of getting your message out there. A lot of people come up with ideas and concepts for what their product or service may be, but have a hard time conveying what that message is in a distilled manner, meaning not being so wordy. And everybody on my team knows. They're like, okay, we get it. We get it. You could say this and it'll be done. And they're absolutely right. I just am a jabbermouth. Mark Modesti has a way of taking my jibber jabber and turning that into a phenomenally easy to understand written word. So without any further ado, I want to introduce you to Mr. Mark Modesti. So Mark, thank you so much for jumping on.
Hey, Jamie, glad to be here. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfect. Yeah.
Move my bag of almonds out of the picture here. How are you?
Oh my gosh, we're having a blast with this launch. This we had the over under at 3 as far as how many times we're going to mess up or drop the ball or lose connection or something like that. So far we've hit 1. So if you're willing to jump in, by all means, it's $20 and you won't win anything. We'll keep it. No, just kidding. But the over under is 3. And so far we're doing good. We're having a blast. Just talking with Christopher and the press release. I submitted it 2 days ago. Got it approved yesterday. It went out to hundreds of different news organizations all across the nation, including stuff like Market Watch and Yahoo Finance and CBS and NBC, ABC, all those places out there. So I cannot thank you enough for taking what we were trying to do and distill it down in such a manner that made it so easy to understand, so easy to get approved by the PR company. It just was amazing. And I just want to let you know from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for working with me, for asking me the challenging questions in a very non-threatening manner. You just have a great sense and a great way of making me feel comfortable. And saying, some of the stuff that I would say, you would say, have you considered doing something like this? And very thought-provoking. It's instead of saying, hey, Jamie, this is really crappy what you did. I think you need to do this. I just want to say thank you for that and acknowledge you for that. And I wonder if maybe you can maybe talk a little bit about you, your platform and what you're doing, and then how you kind of worked with us to put this together.
Yeah. It's funny that I've heard Christopher Lochhead talking about how much he gains from just the interaction he has with the podcast. And I know you're well aware of that. And it turns out, as I was kind of reflecting on working with you, that I thought, the story that Jamie J his story is exactly the kind of story I want to share. So, as you well know, last week or so, I was like, Jamie, I think I need to include your story in my ebook. So it's funny how these things work together, and when you kind of put yourself out there and connect, and things happen. Opportunity comes along. So I wish I jumped on earlier and heard more of Christopher Lochhead. That guy's brilliant.
Well, you can catch him in the replay because this is the evergreen. You can catch him on the replay, and what we'll do when we send this out, we're actually going to be marking down time stamps for each person that's talking and the topic that they're going to be talking about so that other people can find it easier. And it seems like I planned that, but believe it or not, Mark, I just made that up on the spot right now.
There you go. See?
Completely.
when you make stuff up, things happen sometimes.
That's a great idea. So I'm letting everybody
try to get it perfect. That's when everything goes awry.
Hopefully Raina's listening. Note to Raina, that's what we need to do after. Well, yeah. Thank you so much, and I'm truly honored for that. What did you like about this? What did you see as some of the challenges, maybe in kind of our messaging there that you helped us with?
Well, what excited me about what you're doing, Jamie, is I was just reading a story before I came on here. There's an AI generated text program called GPT-3. Have you heard about this?
No.
So somebody used it. It's getting scary good at writing like human sounding. And someone, I think it was a young person, and I was just trying to find that before I jumped on here, but I think it was a young person. They created an article with this GPT-3, and it went to the top rating in Wired News when it posted. And there's two reactions to that. If you're somebody like me who's a copywriter, the initial one is, a little jolt of fear. But the other reaction is, well, I guess I better figure out what's going on with this AI in generating copy. And it's kind of like that reflex is one that we're going to have to learn to deal with more and more as things change, and things are not going to stop changing. We all know that. So what I love about your story is that it's the perfect example. Of course you had your OMG moments early on, but at some point you decided, I better get on board and better figure out what the next iteration is, And so that's what I love about it. I mean, it's like the idea of your business is like versions, you were probably at version 5.5 and it was time to jump. Maybe you had to jump to version 8. I don't know, but that's just kind of the world we live in, right?
It's going so quick. And we have to constantly remind not only ourselves, but our clients what's happening, what we're doing. And basically you have to have a viable product or service to go anywhere. You got to have the sales, but you have to be able to put yourself in a position, I think, in my opinion, as Christopher Lockhead says, to be completely different. And instead of working so hard, spending all that time and energy trying to fit into a certain box, create your own. And it may not be a perfect square with 4 sides on it. It's maybe have 73 sides to it. It doesn't matter, but that's your 73 side, whatever you want to call that shape.
Mm-hmm.
And then pretty soon other people will start seeing, I see, I want to be, that's the exact reason why we're not going to trademark dedicated distant assistant. We're not doing that. We want people to adopt that. I want them to understand that when they say distant assistant, dedicated distant assistant, they understand exactly what that means. They're getting a real human being. They're getting an intimate relationship, albeit distant, but for many, many years to come. That person's going to be with them. And on the onset of COVID-19, all of the different things that's happening, the remote environment, all of that stuff that's happening, distributed workforce, people are kind of understanding that, hey, we can kind of do this now. We've been working at it. Now we understand there's a hybrid model, very rightly so, as my conversation with Dave Goldstern happened, where he talks about a hybrid model, meaning you still need that collaboration. You still need that collaboration, but there's an opportunity for a remote-based workforce element, a remote element workforce in your company. And your press release that you wrote for us, in my opinion, demonstrates that perfectly.
Yeah, that's great. Well, I'm glad it helped. I think another point to make about the 73-sided box is that there's never been a better time to do that, right? Look at how quickly you pivoted. And I know there was a lot of angst probably involved in that, a lot to learn. But you made the move fast, and it's kind of indicative of, you can do this thing. And yeah, there's some tough skills that take time to learn. There's a lot you brought to the table that you already knew how to do, but none of us start from zero. And so if you've got some skill, you can leverage it quickly in this wonderful world we live in now, right?
Amen. And you have to be fast, right? You have to be fast. I will say it's not all who's first to market. I'll say it's who's first to create the category.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the biggest things that keeps me in the back of my head, and I wish I would have told Christopher this, because amazing. Pay attention to what people say. They're going to tell you what that category is. Mm-hmm. They don't even know it, but they're going to tell you what that category is. pay attention to what people say. That would be my lesson. And you listened to what I said. I didn't know what I was saying. And when you rewrote it, a light bulb went off.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Our provocative point of view is to help business leaders stop focusing on their tasks and focus on what they do best. That's our provocative point of view.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the other thing too, Jamie, that is the importance of positioning. It doesn't matter how good the press release is, how well it's written, if it's not aimed at the right target, right? And so positioning, and you can write pretty mediocre copy, and if it's aimed at the right target, you're going to do pretty well. So that's everything. The way you've positioned yourself has been very powerful. So I'm eager to see what happens now.
I am too. I'm very eager. And Mark, I want to say thank you again. You've helped us out tremendously, and I cannot thank you enough. And please, if anybody is watching this that is getting ready to do any work like that, you have to go to platformcreator.com and at least talk with Mark. I cannot recommend him enough. And he's just gifted us with such an amazing message that we can share with our avatars, with our clients, with our prospects. And so, Mark, I'm so thankful.
I love what you're doing, Jamie. It's exciting to work with people. Kind of what we started with, what Christopher closed with, is getting around the right people can make all the difference in the world. And you're one of the right people for me. So I really appreciate the opportunity.
Well, and thank you so much. I wonder if maybe you can tell us a little bit about your service and what you do before we wrap.
Yeah, you know what, Jamie, it's we try to focus on copy and design for websites, but we get involved in so many other things. We're more of a content marketer. Right now, I'm working on several projects. One is an ebook, one is a case study, another is a series of kind of a learning post. So I like that it changes all the time. It certainly keeps things challenging. But if I had to narrow it down, I'd say it's content marketing. But what I really enjoy is helping people the way I helped you, helping them get clear about who they're for and what they're for and how they do what they do. I mean, if you can get clear about those three things, you can really communicate to the right people in the right way.
You're right. It's I would put a little more weight. I get it. If you're talking to the right people, your messaging kind of be discombobulated, but you're talking to the right people, you're going to do all right. But there's so much to be said for the messaging and getting clear on that, and having a second set of eyes to it's. I think it's why there's so many people out there that can tell us their experience, but not really share it in a storytelling type of way. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And story is so powerful. It's just ancient. It's wired into our brains. It's what tunes us in, gives us context, and all these things that just bland sentences or descriptors or statements don't do. It's like seek to express, not impress. And a story is a great way to express something.
Oh, I like that. Speak to express, not impress. What's really powerful too about this is having a foundational message creates a great starting point or an anchor point really for all the other copywriting that you're doing or all the other messaging that you're doing. As long as you adhere to that anchor, that's what you did for us. You provided us that anchor. So no matter what storm comes in, which way the wind blows the bow on the boat, no matter what direction we're facing, no matter if it's sunset, sunrise, hurricanes, no hurricanes, beautiful weather, sketchy weather, no matter what, we have that foundation. So based on what's happening in the outside world, COVID, whatever else may be happening. God bless the people down there, down south, going through the chaos that they're experiencing right now. No matter what's happening, we have that anchor point, the foundation to which we can write, do whatever, share, create content, all based on that single message that people learn, which in my opinion is category design, which is the dedicated distant assistant. And you did that for us.
Well, and I would encourage people dig into this stuff. Yeah, it's not easy. I've been helping somebody out with an ad for a legal conference. It's going to be an ad up on the screen, and it's not easy. It's hard to get it straight, get it clear, speak to the right audience. But it's work that even if you don't consider yourself a writer, you should invest some time in learning or working with someone who is, because this gets to the essence of your business, and it'll change your business. When you do this kind of deep thinking about, as I said, what's it for? Who's it for? How do we do what we do? You really are going to start to see opportunities for your business too, that things that you may have been, blind to in the past will emerge. So
Thanks, Mark.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. I just, anything we can do for you, please let us know, because you're amazing. You're awesome. And what you did for us was unbelievable. Thank you.
You got it, Jamie. I look forward to seeing you, watching you run.
Oh my gosh. I can't wait. Well, thank you so much. And thank you for stopping by.
Absolutely.
All right.
Talk to you soon.
All right. Go to platformcreator.com right now to learn more about Mark Modesti. He's the co-founder and copywriter. It's platformcreator.com. He's incredible. He's helped us. The questions that he asked. The reason why I'm so into this, I want to let you know why I support these people so much, is because not only have they provided great product, I've had an intimate relationship with them. I've worked back and forth with them over the course of this launch, and even longer. I've known Mark Modesti for a couple of years. Christopher Lockhead's, we've been working together for 2 or 3 years. I've known them a lot, but this past 4.5, 5, 6 months, they have completely opened up our eyes here at Bottleneck to what could be. And I want that for you. So without any further ado, I think we're going to be going, what's coming up next, Raina?
Hello, for our forecast right now. We have our operations team right now for 10 minutes going to talk about workflows. So I have Miss Sarah, Ben, and Rachel on board, and of course, moi.
All right. Well, that's fantastic. Well, I'm going to step out and let you guys take it, because as I'm looking at here, you're going to be having a conversation about how the team work together and build these amazing workflows. This is going to be incredible. So pay attention. This was one of the most challenging aspects to our entire business. It defined everything that we did in every way that we did it, and the what's and ifs. I can't wait to hear about that. Let us know about the challenges, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Thank you, Jamie. See you later. All right, team. So how is everything going so far? Are you enjoying the live?
It's great. Oh my gosh. It's like, here when you're in the Philippines and you're gonna be on live, it's like, oh my god, we're gonna be like celebrities for how many minutes? So this is what we're feeling right now. I don't know if you're feeling the same thing, Reina, but the other people that are featuring up, it's like, oh my god, we're celebrities. We're gonna be shown around all the world. It's crazy.
Yeah. How about you, Miss Sarah? How are you feeling so far?
It's great. I love seeing everybody. I get a different perspective than you guys because I can see the whole green room, and I don't, nobody else can, and I'm just chatting away. And Raina is so focused.
How about you, Ben? It's your second time here.
Yeah, doing good. It's been good.
Yeah.
A lot of good people.
Yeah. So let's talk about workflows, you guys. What was the most challenging thing regarding our workflows so far? So far, the challenging. Yes.
No, me.
Yeah. Go ahead, Miss Sarah. What is the most challenging that you experienced so far with creating our workflows and putting down a system? What's the number one top of the list?
I was probably a huge pain point for Rach and Ben because I ask and challenge them at every turn. I ask so many questions.
How about you, Ben? What's the most challenging?
For me, it was probably just all the if scenarios and putting all that together, because you're just trying to think of what could potentially happen at every step of the way. So
Yeah,
does
and
that,
it's also trying to be in the clients or in the lead's position. So you're not even sure what questions they're going to be asking, or what they're going to say about our workflow, or what they're going to say about our service. So it's kind of like it's gonna it's gonna kind of caught we're gonna get caught off guard when we experience this. So how about you, Rach? What's your most challenging part in creating
Yeah.
our work?
Well, with regards to what Ben said, I totally agree what he's going through, because we have the what ifs. What if something happens? What if, like, we can't predict the future, to be honest. So like when you're there, you have to think in advance. We have different scenarios, different situations. It's actually case to case basis, but we really need to put it there. And I guess the most struggling, or the challenge that I'm experiencing with workflows is putting them into words. I mean, like, you have it in your head, you just don't
Yeah,
know how to say it. I mean, like,
I don't
how
know
do
how
you
to
make
write
it
it
into
down.
more simple? Yeah, you
Yeah,
don't know how to write it down and make it more simple, so that when people look into your workflow, they will understand what your point is. And you have to be, like, direct to the point. You don't need to put a lot of stuff there. All you have to do is just be straight and let them know what the point is. What is the challenge there? What is the solution? That's all. That's it. That's the challenge.
Miss Sarah's like, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
Oh,
want
it's
to add
very challenging.
something?
But it's actually great. I mean, like, it really shows up. It really gives you the guidance.
Yeah,
Then, sharing of ideas, that's one thing too. And I think having a workflow is very important. And we usually inform our distant assistants to create workflows, so that when someone is going to come in, they won't have to train them a lot. I mean, like, you guys can just base it on the workflow, and if you have any questions,
right.
that's the time you'll come in and explain further. So it's
I
great.
agree with that. I also remember when we had a sit down with all of us together, and then Sir Jamie reminded us that the number one thing that will maybe drag us down is confusion. I
That's true.
mean, we all have different answers. When someone asks a question, we'll be answering it differently. Like, okay, so we're now confused. So that's one of the best things. I think that's one of the realizations that we had this past few months
That's
with
true.
our workflows. Don't you think?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Yeah,
yeah. Now we're on the same page. For
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Go ahead.
It's challenging. It's challenging.
Yeah, it's challenging to create systems and processes because, of course, as the business is growing, as we are growing, we're also envisioning we'll be having more people on board, more clients on board, more DAs on board, and more internal team members on board. So, what are we going to give them if there's a new person on board? What's going to happen? Of course, as leaders, as what Sir Jamie say, as leaders, we need to be leading the people who will the new people on board. So yeah. I do have a question for you guys. What is the most so far? I think what is the most I cannot put into words. Oh, this is it. Maybe you guys have some questions. I'm still thinking about it. Anything to add? Wait, I'm trying to construct it in my brain. But if you guys have something to say about the workflows, you guys can go ahead.
Okay.
Go,
I'll
Ben.
say the
Yeah,
one
Ben.
thing that was really excellent was us all collaborating, because, having a fresh perspective, looking at your workflow, someone else will say, well, what is this? Can you clarify this? Or what happens, if
Agreed.
something else, just those coming together of ideas and seeing someone else's perspective, so if you might have missed something
Yeah.
or not, you're not being as clear as you should be.
Yeah, and reviewing it together. Maybe not reviewing things together, but letting them review it in a different perspective because they might have new ideas or they have suggestions to make it more simpler and more convenient for everyone to read and everyone to understand.
Yeah.
Are we having fun, guys?
So my systems and processes, I do mine on slides in Google Drive, and I have one workflow that is, I think, 35 slides long.
Oh.
So and
Wow.
and many of the slides are multi-step. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is what you do here. It's how many I can get together in my screenshot, and it's amazing because if somebody were to come in, if I were sick, if I had to take leave and they needed to take over for me, I want them to be able to come in and go, what do I do? Okay, this is what we need to do. So now that I've got it in workflow visual form, now I can go back and I'm going to create a video form.
Yep.
So it's super easy. So if everybody's a different type of learner, auditory, visual,
That's true.
hands-on. So that's the goal of our workflows, not just to have the end result and the user experience and make it easy for our DDAs and clients, but also internally to keep that wheel going. And that's why we preach the systems and processes for everybody that we talk to. It's so important to have it all in place.
Mm-hmm. I agree with Miss Sarah when she said that we need to have different platforms in creating. I'm not sure if platforms is a term, but format. We have a different format for video. We have workflows for video and for writing, and we also have like what we're creating right now, our onboarding portal. So that's gonna be a big thing that maybe Sir Jimmy will explain later. Yeah. Oh, there you go, Sir Jimmy, you're here.
Hello,
We're having
hello.
fun.
I recognize that guy.
Hey. Well, I just wanted to pop on really quick and say thank you so much for going over this. I know we can set aside, and we probably should, and have a longer discussion about the importance of workflows, systems, and processes, but also how we do it, right? I think it's really good. Not only do we have the what's, the actual workflow, but or the hows, which is the actual workflow, but the what's, what if, right? So if something happens here, what do we do here, or what do we do here if this happens, or if this happens? So I'd love to talk with you more about that, and thank you for going into this. It seems like time flies, eh?
Yeah.
I know. Gosh.
Well, thank you so much, and I appreciate you guys jumping on board. Stay tuned because we'll be working on some other stuff here. Ben, Rachel, Raina, and Miss Sarah, thank you.
Yep. See you later.
All right. So you got to hear a little bit about what we were doing behind the scenes with regards to workflow systems and processes. A lot of stuff is going on here. A lot. And I'm excited to talk about the next segment here. I'm going to be introducing you to Bethany Michaels. She's the owner of Content Social Media Queen, and George Simon, or we call him GM. He's our writer. And together, these two amazing human beings have been very helpful in working with the message that was created by Mark Modesti for the category we are creating with the help of Christopher Lockhead. So without any further ado, I want to bring on Bethany Michaels and George, or GM, and just say hi. Welcome to Live with Bottleneck. Welcome to the launch. We did it.
We did it.
Finally. Congrats.
Finally, right? It
I know,
seems
right?
like it's been forever, but yeah, I wonder if maybe, and we could start with you, Bethany, if you could introduce yourself, tell us who you are, what you do for us, and then we'll go to George, and then we'll talk a little bit about what social media has to do with any and all of this.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Bethany, and I'm the owner of Content Social Media Queen. It's a marketing agency in Orange County, and we help individuals and businesses grow their social media and help with their branding and strategy. So excited to be here. I've been working with Jamie. He actually helps me free up my time by, I have an amazing distant assistant with them, and her name is Keisha, and she just makes my life so much better. And so I've also been helping them with their social media. So with our mutual expertise and systems, we've been able to help each other. So I'm so excited to be here today.
Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for all the help in getting this thing ready and ready to go. It was kind of a lot. I remember one question you had was, Jamie, I probably already know the answer to this, but is there any way we can push this back a little?
Like, can we have another 2 weeks? We
I hear you. Well, we'll come back to that because I want to talk about some of the social media strategies that you've helped us to implement and some of that creativity that you add. But first, I want to introduce everybody to George Simon, GM for short. George is our writer. George, thank you for being here. I wonder if you could introduce yourself. Where are you? And tell us a little bit about what you do.
Thanks, Jamie. Again, good morning, everyone. My name is George. I am the content writer for Bottleneck Virtual Assistants. I am in the Philippines right now. And it's already dark out here, so forgive the lighting. Anyways, basically what I do for Bottleneck is that I write content not only for press releases or for blogs, but also for, in this case, I was also writing for the website, the content revisions, or writing some things from scratch. Since when I came into the company, we were in the middle of rebuilding the website. So that's pretty much my contribution for the company for this past few months.
And what a contribution it's been. So thank you so much to that. I wonder if we can kind of talk, because you're the writer, George. Bethany, you're kind of helping us out, navigate these social media waters that it seems like it's always changing. And I wonder, Bethany, maybe you can tell us a little bit about what you think is going to be a good plan moving forward. So from a social media perspective, again, we're pulling back the curtains. This is behind the scenes. And I want to give people an idea, insight as to, what is it that we're doing? Hopefully this will help someone else out. And if they need their help, you got to reach out to Bethany at contentsocialmediaqueen.com. And then we can work together on, George, how you're interacting with Bethany, how you're interacting with George, and how we're kind of pulling all this together with your guidance. I wonder if maybe you can kick it off.
Yeah, so, the term social media is so broad, and there's so many different platforms that you can be on. So, my goal is really to just get clear on what is already working. You already have your clients that know you and work with you and love you. And so it's really just tapping into the resources that you've already built and then building on top of those. So with GM, we've been working on blogging and creating topics that are going to be extremely important for not only search engine optimization, but people to be educated and to understand what's going on with the virtual assistant world. So I'm kind of bringing those two pieces together when it comes to blogging and writing. And then social media is just a platform where we can share it. And there's different ways to share it. We're going to share it differently on Twitter than we would on Facebook, than we would on Instagram. Jamie, I talked to you a little bit about Twitter chats and the difference between just randomly sending tweets out into the tweetverse and hoping that someone sees it versus joining these hour-long, very strategic Twitter chats where you're going to be communicating with thousands.
It's happening tomorrow.
It's happening tomorrow. So yeah, there's just different ways that we can use social media as a tool. And I think a lot of people think that they need to, it needs to be a certain amount. It needs to be, the same. If you're automating things across all platforms, I personally don't do that. I do things manually with my company. We like to create stories. So social media is a place to share stories rather than posting flat posts that no one really cares about every day. So my goal is to really bring the storytelling into that and create more of a strategy, working with other people as well. Jamie, you know so many amazing people, and they all love and value you for your expertise. So it's really working with those people, setting up blogs with them, setting up chats with them. I know you're already doing lives with people a lot. So that stuff is so valuable. And I'm really just here as a conduit and a help to kind of just bring those stories to life that are already there. It's just kind of creating the conversation and helping, helping. Sometimes you just need someone to ask you the question, and you're so busy, Jamie, doing all your stuff. So I'm here to ask you the questions and get that into a story for you.
Yeah, and I do have to say thank you for the good questions. You are asking great questions, and you implement against those really quickly. You have a gift. So thank you for sharing that gift with us, and thank you for being so proactive and interacting with the entire team. And that kind of is a nice segue to you, George. Bethany has a great eye and that creativity. That's there's just something about that can be said about creative. That creative element about spark or somebody has, and she's really good with that. George, what I see from you is you have an incredible gift to figure out what it is I'm saying, understanding what the general message is. Thank you to Mark for distilling that down an easier way to understand. But you have an incredible gift to work with people and pull out what it is that you think they're saying. And I wonder what you attribute that to.
I'm not really sure myself, but I think it comes with working with other people in different industries, because you get to interact with different people, and at the same time, um, uh, you get to observe a lot of people. And since before Bottleneck, I've been also doing freelance work, and with regards to freelance writing, you have to like you have to express yourself as the person that, or your client, and not necessarily yourself, because oftentimes you're ghostwriting for someone. So there's an element that before you write, you have to understand who you're writing for, and from whose perspective you're writing for. So that helps immensely, especially if you are writing for someone else. And in this case, um, I'm voicing out the ideas of the companies rather than myself only.
Well, I love it. I love it. You've been amazing. Thank you for everything that you've done. It's been extremely educational for me. I know we have a couple more minutes here to kind of talk about it. I wonder, and this is a free for all. Bethany, jump in. George, I want this to be a conversation. What's a good plan of attack for us moving forward? How do we really get the message out there that we're kind of anti-virtual assistant? Not saying that virtual assistants are bad. I want people to understand this. I see we have a little angry emoticon on our Facebook page. Someone probably got upset for me for saying anti virtual assistant. But I want everybody to know we're going to have those haters, right? As we grow, we have haters, and we get an angry face on the day of our launch. What the heck? No, I want to be crystal clear on this and let everybody know that when we say anti-virtual assistants, I'm talking about we as a company are not AI. We as a company are not transactional based. We are the world's first dedicated distant assistant company ever. And it's based on an intimate, distant relationship, meaning that you can build and ask anybody without me here. Anybody, you get to meet the team. You're seeing we're unveiling behind the scenes stuff here of Bottleneck. You get to talk to George and Bethany and Raina and Sarah and Rachel and Ben and everybody. You get to talk to them directly, and you can ask them, do they feel like there's a good cultural value, a positive culture here? And the reason I bring this up, Bethany and George both, is because this is the dialogue that I am all about supporting. And this, I'm asking you earlier, where do you see the direction of our messaging going in the future via social media, via our content writing on our blog? I think a lot of it has to do with this, but I'd love to hear your feedback, because this is what makes a category a category. We're not going to make everybody happy. We're not going to be the end all be all, but we're going to make our position very, very well known.
I think the problem with so many businesses is that they don't show what's behind the curtain. They're secretive. Their company culture is super stale, and no one knows what's going on. So I love the fact that you're just openly, showing who you are, and it shows. It shows in your team. It shows in the people that work with you. I've had my distant assistant with you for, I don't even remember, maybe it's been 2 years, because exactly what you're talking about. It's the personal element. It's not just a computer doing tasks for me. It's a human that I get to work with. It's someone that I get to provide work for, and then she mutually is providing me an amazing service. So I think for me, what I really see is the fact that, this term distant assistant, it's anything but distant. It's someone who's who really makes you feel like they care, and that's really hard to find, is someone who cares about your business as much as you do. And so I see your team who they just adore you, they adore what you're doing, and they have an affinity for what they do within your business, that you've all put them in places where they can excel and exceed and keep growing. So I just think that's amazing. And I think focusing on, just you've been very transparent. I think focusing on that and just continuing to show, okay, what's behind the curtain? Why is this working so well? So
That's probably our direction. Continue with the transparency, the authenticity. I know those are buzzwords here and now in today's world, but we back it up with action, I feel. And I will put myself out there. And one of the things that I think is really important to understand is we give everybody their own voice, and we give them an opportunity to come up with ideas without having to feel like if they say something that is not right, they'll be shunned or any idea is a good idea in my opinion. And that's why everybody makes their own decisions here. And then George, my next question will be for you as soon as I finish this. But the way we do it is in 3 steps. First, is this something that is good for Bottleneck? Yes. Is this something that is good for our team or our staff? Yes. Is this then something that's good for our client? And every single person on this team, internal or external, has the ability to make their own decisions without having to be worried about micromanaging or worried whether or not that's going to be a good decision. Because every decision they make, if it is not a good one, is not going to bankrupt the company. It's actually a great learning opportunity for us. We figure out what's not going to work. And the reason why we ask if it's first good for the company is because the company's got to be healthy first before it can take care of any of the staff. If the staff's not happy and they're not being proactive and they're not thought of as an important aspect or member of the team, how in the world can I, as a leader, or anyone else for that matter, expect them to take really good care of our clients? It's not. It just won't happen. So it's really important when we go down that making that decision tree, and that's something that I see us moving forward in the social media world. George, what do you think? Where do you see us going as far as what are some of the tasks that you've been giving moving forward? Like what are some of those KPIs that we're looking for?
I think KPIs. I'm not really sure at this point, but I think moving forward, and as we since we're still on the process of differentiating ourselves with the virtual assistant scene, I think showing what's the same and what's the same between the new category and virtual assistants, but instead of just showing that, oh, we're unique and whatnot, show it like an additional perk rather than an exclusive, so that you get this plus this rather than you get this exclusively. So it makes it seem that they're getting more out of it rather than they're getting another package.
I love it. I love it. One quick question. We're going to be releasing 4 blogs a month. That's the KPIs I'm talking about. Those are some of the objectives that we're going to be doing on these 4 blocks. If you can quickly tell us what those 4 blogs are going to be, and then we need to wrap up this section.
Oh, okay. The 4 blogs that's going to be released for, I'm guessing for now it's going to be on September, is that the first one would be on how virtual assistants or how the remote workforce is doing at these current times or these current situations. and how it can be beneficial and the drawbacks it brings to businesses, especially those that are transitioning to remote. The second one is gonna be on cybersecurity, and we've actually had a live with Bottleneck with Morgan Wright about this, and we're pulling from his quotes and words and wisdom about those. And then the third one would be why you wouldn't consider to have a virtual assistant or a remote workforce for your company, because maybe it's not the right fit, or maybe you're not really prepared for a full remote workforce. And for the fourth one, we've been discussing this, but I think the fourth one we've agreed on is on hybrid models. Is it as effective as full remote, or as basically the difference between full remote, hybrid, and the traditional workspace?
Yes, I agree. Okay, so you can see we've been planning this thing out for a while. We've been talking a lot about what's going on, a lot of new systems, a lot of new websites, new business model, new billing, new social media presence. Like, thank you, Bethany. Thank you for your writing, George. It's been insane. 4 blogs coming out in the next month. We're also going to be going back through our library of blogs as well, and we're going to be updating those and tweaking those so that they're more relevant. We understand this, and we decided to do this because we had someone make a reference to a blog we wrote a little while ago saying it no longer pertained to our business model. He was exactly right. So we're going to make that change. So we listen and we implement. So Bethany, thank you so much for coming on. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we wrap this segment?
I'm just excited for you guys and excited to be part of this launch. And, I'm just really looking forward to seeing all your success, as you already have success. So yeah, just great.
I just want to say, Rachel says she loves your hairstyle.
Thanks, Rachel. It's amazing what happens when you actually do it. So.
Well, I can't thank you enough. And George, is there anything else you would like to say before we wrap?
Please subscribe to our newsletter.
Yes.
So you can read my blogs.
Yeah, read the blogs. You'll get to see George's work firsthand. Bethany, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
For what you're doing. I just really appreciate it. George, thank you for all you're doing too.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Bethany Michaels, she owns Content Social Media Queen. Go there, check it out, contentsocialmediaqueen.com. Learn all about it. George has been a big gift to us. He's been incredible, as learning a lot. He came on a time of transition, and just really appreciate that. Something to be said too, both Bethany and GM came on during this crisis, this COVID-19, the shift in the economy. This is the time you need to double down. I cannot recommend that enough. And I'm practicing what I'm preaching. Now, is it tight right now? We just lost in April 62% of our business. Of course it is. But we believe so much in the vision of this company that I want to double down on this, and I want to take advantage of. I want to create this category, and I hope you guys understand. We've done so much. We've invested so much time, energy, money, love, and sweat into this category, so that I'm talking about what we've done, but I want you to have a nice understanding, or a good understanding, of why I'm sharing this with you, because I want you to see how you can do this in your company, how you can integrate some of these same processes, some of the same mindsets, some of the same thoughts, do some of the same things that we're doing in this company, or don't do some of the things that we're doing in this company. That's for you to decide. And you know what? I have to reach out to you, Casey Coe, saying here. I appreciate you. That's awfully big of you. You marked angry. I think you misunderstood our point. Again, I appreciate you not lurking. I appreciate you coming out and voicing your opinion like that. It really means a lot to us. It lets me know how I need to talk about this new category. And again, when I say anti-virtual assistant, I mean that we are not anti-virtual assistants. We're anti that industry as far as what we offer. right? So I want to make that super clear. Thank you very much. And Brian V, oh man, thank you. Thank you, Brian V. You're a gentleman and a scholar. So I'm going to go ahead and bring on Raina really fast. Hi, Raina, how are you?
Well, I'm kind of enjoying directing and stuff.
Yeah, what do we have next?
So, Tim Brennan is waiting for you in the green room.
Ooh.
Yes, and he will be talking about the talent sorter, which I'm so excited.
Yeah, this is going
to talk
be
about.
fantastic. This is going to be fantastic. I know we're running a little bit behind here, but we're going to extend it out if we can, just to let you know. Let's go ahead and push this back just a little bit. Let Diane know we're going to push it back a little bit because I want to have about 8 to 10 minutes with Tim because he's amazing.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I'm on it.
All right. So let me go ahead. I am going to, let me see, where are we at? I think it's, here we go. Oh, there he is, Tim Brennan. He's a Chief Visionary Officer of Fit First Technologies. As you can see, we're running a bit behind here, but that's okay because this is fun, right? But to get caught up here, let's go ahead and bring Tim Brennan in with Fit First Technologies. How are you, Tim?
Hey, well, hi, Jamie. How are you? It's been following along on the show this morning, and congratulations. It's great seeing all these people coming in and sharing their stories about working with you. Hey, for Bethany, though, that's out there, I was sorry I can't match her with the hair on that last one. I'm just hoping that you don't get a bunch of people disappearing when they find out, oh, it's him again.
Oh, and I do want to come back and Casey Coe said, my cat stepped on the angry emoticon. That's funny.
Oh, dear.
I cannot thank you enough for joining us today. And thank you for kind of being there for us as things are kind of chaotic, right? As they typically are, because we don't quite know what to expect. But I wonder if maybe you can share a little bit about who you are, what you do, and the magic that is Talent Sorter, and then we can kind of go into what we've done to integrate this and what this is going to help not only our clients with, but our distant assistants with as well.
Well, and Jenny, for those I've met, my name's Tim. It's Tim Brennan. I'm the Chief Visionary Officer here at Fit First Technologies, and what it is that we do is we really are all about human analytics. It's about understanding people and who they are. And collecting up the information that really matters. And in our partnership with Jamie, what we're going to be providing as part of his process is the ability for people on both sides of the relationship to be able to go and collect data and understand how are they going to best work together. Because, if the fit's not right between the assistant and between the client, nothing else is really going to matter. That relationship is going to need to be rock solid, and we want to help you have all the information you can about each other, not just one side, but each other, to know how to best work together. So that's what we do, and that's what we're going to be supporting here with Bottleneck.
Well, Tim, we've been working together on this. We started this about 4.5, 5 months ago, and you and we were introduced. Who introduced us?
Ryan Shute.
Ryan Shute. Thank you. Thank you.
Hopefully Ryan is watching along with us today somewhere, wherever he is.
I did. I messaged him yesterday. I told that you were going to be on today, and told him thank you again. And I want to say the journey when we first started, we were using a disc profile for our assistants, and then we would hand that disc profile off to our clients so they can get an understanding of who that person was a little bit. But it wasn't quite what we needed. We needed something a little bit more in depth, and we weren't giving assessments to our clients before, where now we are. So I wonder if you can maybe share with us how, from that day we first met, how we kind of created what it is that we're doing now to get that right fit placement.
Well, first of all, after you finally got me to understand what you were trying to accomplish here and get done, because what you're doing is just, there's no benchmark to measure it from, right? You do understand, Jamie, you're creating a whole new path through the forest here, right?
A new category
to that. So, it's funny. I was thinking about like what the information you're collecting before. It was not that it wasn't accurate. It's just, as I said earlier, the measuring what matters. The tools, the DISC tools, do wonderful jobs of measuring how people prefer to act, and how they like to act may not always be the same as who they are. And what you and I are going to be looking at is measuring the who they are, because eventually, once they start working independent of each other, who they are is going to override how they act. So, you and I can both pretend to be someone who we're not for short periods of time, because we need to do that at times in everyone's life. They all have to, at times, take on and play roles. But in this relationship, this is going to be a rather intimate business and personal relationship. They really need to understand who each person is, their value systems, their how are they going to react to the way I communicate. Do I need to change the way I communicate when I'm working with this person so we don't have miscommunication and we don't have misinformation? Misinformation occurs so many times, and whether it be in social media or whether in conversations, is when we leave out context. And there are individuals who need to have specific context to relate to. So kind of like what I said earlier on, right? It's like, you're forging a new route through the forest, and you have to have in context that this is very different. Otherwise, you may not recognize what that is.
Yeah, it's really tough. I've done a lot of research on this, as you know, and I've learned a ton from you, and I cannot wait to learn more, because you've been doing this 22 years. You kind of know what you're talking about here.
Don't tell them that long.
You've been working at it 2 years, and
2 years. 2 years. Yes. So, I'm 27.
Well, I did see social media the other day. Happy anniversary! I did see a younger picture of you, the young Tim Brennan, or a previous picture of you taken probably yesterday.
You didn't go. You're not going to do that. You're not going to do that Graham Norton moment, are you? And you're going to put the photo up of me from my wedding 36 years ago.
We should do that. That would have been awesome. No, but one of the things that I research a lot. That's and as I digress here, just for 1 second, please allow me to do this. It is extremely important as a business owner, as a business leader, as an entrepreneur, as a solopreneur, whatever you classify yourself as a leader, to focus in your business maybe 8 to 10 hours a week. In my opinion, it's extremely important, more important to take those other times by leveraging your time through hiring dedicated distance assistants or a workforce that can work, hybrid model, distributed workforce, and in person, for thinking, for researching, for things like that. And I saw an article on Glassdoor. It costs on average $4,129 to hire a person here in the United States. It costs up to 9 months' salary to let someone go.
Mm-hmm.
This is why you are so critical to all of our clients and all of our distant assistants. And I say you in the sense that what you do, what your service offers, encapsulates the best fit possible. I don't know if you say the best. I know you have language for that, but I want to be really intentional about this and let people know, don't just hire on a whim. You can't do that. You cannot afford to do that, especially in this day and time. And that's why I put so much weight on this. And that's why I wanted to extend a little bit of time, because I wanted you to share that story.
Well, it's funny, Jamie. We talk about trying to find what fit is. And the challenge with fit always is people, I think you and I had talked about this a long time ago, is one of the things that happens to me often is people will come and say, well, Tim, I really need fit. What I'm looking for is I need somebody who's going to be a really good hard worker. And you were making a comment about my anniversary photo. Well, my wife in that picture, one day she created a story for me, and it was about me having to go to the grocery store and buy mayonnaise. So what happened was my wife says, well, we really need mayonnaise. So I went to the grocery store and I saw this giant restaurant-sized jar of mayonnaise that was on sale. And I thought, this is a really great deal. I brought it home, and she says, oh, no, that's not, that's mayonnaise, but that size, that's too big. It won't fit on our shelf. I need you to get a smaller jar. Okay, new piece of information about what matters. So then I went and gathered the right size jar, brought it back, found out I had the wrong brand. Oh, new piece of information. So went back again, found out I brought the right brand, but she didn't look at the expiry date. So you get the point is there's always these pieces of information to get the context to understand what fit is. One of the things that we want to do is collect the data and understand who you are, the client, so we can understand what fit is going to look like for you, because fit for you may be the right brand, the right expiry date on that mayonnaise. Then we can go look at the individual who is in our library of all the options we have. Is now let's look for people who are going to be a fit for the two of you to work together. Because, by the way, I don't just need to be a fit for the assistant also needs to be a fit for me.
100%. That's super powerful.
I was going to say, Jamie, I think that is really good. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
It's great.
I feel like I just got Graham Norton. That's what it is. Oh dear.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
No, I set you up to do that. But so now you've got lots going on now. So I guess I'm really curious to keep watching along today. Who else is going to be coming up next to see what else you're going to be talking about? I think this is going to be a fun afternoon.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Tim Brennan, Chief Visionary Officer of Fit First Technologies. Go to fitfirsttech.com. Go to talentsorter.com. Check it out. And I promise you, if you are in the middle of hiring, stop. If you do not have Talent Sorter, you need to get this done. I highly encourage it. If you're going to be focusing on maybe hiring some more people in the future, whether they're remote-based or brick and mortar, doesn't matter. Please go talk to Tim. Reach out to him. Talentsorter.com, fitfirsttech.com. Reach out to Tim. I promise you, it's going to make your life completely different. Tim, thank you so much.
Oh no, thank you, sir. Good luck with the rest of the show.
Yeah, and to answer your question, I think next coming up, I think we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about Live with Bottleneck. This show.
Hey.
So thank you very much, Tim. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all you've done for us, and thank you for dealing with my slow to understand mentality.
You're doing great, buddy. You're doing great. All
Thank
right.
you very much.
Bye, guys.
Oh my gosh, that was the one and only Tim Brennan. Incredibly gifted, talented person, and he's done a lot for us as far as the way we think about matchmaking here. So highly encourage reaching out to him. He's a big reason why we're here where we're at today. So let me bring Raina in really fast. Let me see, Raina. Up there we are.
Still alive.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well. How about you, sir?
I'm doing well. For this next segment too, I'm wondering if Sarah is listening. I want to bring her in on this as well.
Yep, she's on.
Is this right? Are we supposed to be doing live stream now, or
Live with Bottleneck? Yes.
I mean,
that's
live
our
with-
next.
and
Yep.
then after
Diane
that,
is here.
and then what's after that?
After that will be more Bottleneck Medical.
Bottleneck Medical. Okay, are we supposed to be talking with Akai?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. After two.
Oh, then after that. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
He's just
Okay,
waiting in the big room. I mean, in the room.
awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm going to go ahead and bring on Diane and Sarah, and we're going to talk about Live with Bottleneck and what's going on with that. So let me do this 1 second. Okay, so let's talk about Live with Bottleneck. You're actually watching Live with Bottleneck right now, but with a special launch version. Typically, it happens every Tuesday and Thursday where I talk with amazing guests, and they teach you ways to stop the bottleneck in your business. And then Sarah and I, we do a special edition every single Friday where we call it Live with Bottleneck, a week in review with Sarah and Jamie. And we talk about all the challenges we faced that week, how we overcome those hurdles, and then what we're going to be doing the following week. So I'm proud to welcome both Diane Gravazio, our show notes writer and podcast specialist, and my wife, Sarah. So without any further ado, I'm going to pop them on here. And I love that shirt, Diane. I love that shirt. And she's
It's the perfect smile to be frozen with, though, Diane.
Oh, it is. It is. So, how's everything going, Sarah?
It's going great. And I know Diane is just sweating bullets right now.
Oh,
Yeah, she froze. She's sometimes, when there's a big storm or something, there can be technical issues. Just
Oh,
there
damn.
she is.
Having a tea here. How did I look like this, Sarah? Was I awkward? Was I smiling?
No, you had a good smile going. It was awesome. Perfect.
Sarah was just saying that. She goes, well, she got frozen a great way. Like, perfect smile. She's like, no, it was a lot better than that. That was ugly.
Well, can we start it? Can we start it by Diane? Who would you like to give a shout out to?
Well, I'm not sure if any of my relatives are watching. So hi, relatives from the Philippines. Hope you're watching me. Look, Mom, Dad, I made it.
I want to say hi to my dad. I know he's watching. Hey, Dad, love you.
That's awesome. And I really appreciate the time you guys are taking today. I know this is kind of a big ask and such a quick rush, but I really appreciate what it is that you're doing here. And I want to have a conversation. Live with Bottleneck is a live stream show. As both of you know, I've been podcasting for 7 years, right around there, and I absolutely loved it. Diane, you know firsthand the amount of work that goes into podcasting, and you too, Sarah, running Podcast Pilot. Live streaming has opened my eyes to such a different opportunity, and it's automatically published when we're done, which has been an unbelievable godsend. But it still gives me the rush and the opportunity to meet so many cool people and do things like this. Like, this is what it's all about, right?
Yes.
I'm wondering, and this could be either one. Actually, Diane, first, let's go to you so you can introduce yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us what you do here, and then what you think of everything that's going on behind the scenes.
Right. So, hello, viewers. So I'm Diane Hervasio, and I am the show notes writer for Podcast Pilot and Bottleneck Virtual Assistants. And I used to handle all the podcast clients. And now I'm handling Live with Bottleneck and a weekend review. So these shows, you can watch them over again at YouTube. So please go subscribe to our channel. And yeah, so I studied mass communication and marketing in college, but I wasn't able to practice it. So I'm very happy when I joined Bottleneck. I was able to, refresh what I knew way back in college, and actually all of my knowledge on SEO and all of that, show notes, podcasting, I learned from Bottleneck and Podcast Pilot. So I want to thank you, the both of you, for giving me a chance to work with you.
Aw,
Yeah.
you're amazing. You're amazing.
Yes.
So Sarah, what do you do with Live with Bottleneck?
I show up on Fridays, and then Diane pretty much, she's got all the systems and processes down, and she takes it and she manages it, and she makes sure all the video's done, all the writing is done, that it's published. She's a godsend for me. Literally, this is the perfect scenario, much like you with Raina for a distant assistant. And we have a wonderful relationship. I love just chatting with Diane, and I consider her a close friend and family. We talk about girly things, but it's fun, and we get our work done. So thank you, Diane.
Welcome, Miss Sarah. Sorry, just to add, Miss Sarah, actually why our relationship works is because actually with Sir Jimmy too, both of you are not micromanagers. So you allow us, your virtual assistants, to do what we like, and our talents really shine because you don't like brief on our names. You allow us to do our thing, and then you ask us, the updates, weekly updates, the usual, and then so we progress and we grow
within our role. So that's really why our relationship is working.
Well, you're a huge inspiration to us. What you do is pretty dang amazing. There's no way I could write like that. You're able to deduce what somebody is saying, paraphrase it in such a way that it keeps people's attention, and you also optimize it so that other people can see it when they Google it. So it's pretty interesting what you do. I'm wondering, what do you think of Live with Bottleneck this far, and where do you see it going?
Well, sir, actually, I'm really happy that we went this route. So, and the topics, I mean, the guests that you're inviting over, and then the topics that we're covering are very relevant since it's COVID-19 time, and almost everybody is at home, and a lot of entrepreneurs really got struck by this pandemic. And the show, you offer a lot of advice, a lot of how, I mean, not really motivational things, but a lot of how to improve their processes while they're somewhat recuperating with this pandemic. So I'm looking forward for really more episodes and covering a lot more, even post pandemic, because right now, as I've mentioned, most of our topics are COVID related and operating businesses within this setting. So yeah.
Well, I think I really love the aspect of the show where I get to talk to all these different people. Being able to go live and automatically have it going and simulcasting or streaming to multiple different channels is simply amazing. I mean, it's a lot of fun. I mean, we get to talk with so many people. We get to put our message out there. I'm finally getting to do a YouTube channel that pretty much sets itself up. Obviously, we got to do a couple tweaks and things like that. But I really, that's my take on it. And then every Friday, I get to talk and spend time with my favorite person in the world, my wife. Not to say that you're not. I love you, Diane. You're great, but I love Sarah. She's my favorite person in the world, and it's fun. We get to spend some time as a husband and wife to talk about how our week went and what we're coming up. But here, you know what? And I want to let you know this, and I want everybody know this, and publicly state this. I feel so confident about Live with Bottleneck because I know what happens afterwards is going to happen. When you say something, Diane, you follow through with it. And because I'm so chaotic at times, it kind of varies because you need more information from me and I don't always give it to you right away. But I know in my heart of hearts that you're going to deliver every single time. And having the confidence to create a show or a program is based a lot on what happens in the background and behind the scenes. And I want to put you in the forefront right now and just acknowledge you and let you know that. And Sarah will back me up on this. And I don't even have to ask her, but I mean, I will ask, right, Sarah?
Absolutely. I'll say it again. Thank you, Diane.
We really appreciate
welcome.
Love
we
working
for the both of you.
Well, thank you so much for being an awesome show notes writer, for giving us all the feedback, and for having an incredibly, from what I understand, because I had to jump off, I have an incredibly entertaining training in our meeting. So I heard you knocked it out of the park. So you get kudos for that one too.
Thanks. You have to watch it.
I will watch it. I will. I've been a little busy with the launch, but I promise we will get to, I will definitely watch that. Sarah spoke all kinds of good things about that. So thank you for entertaining the staff. All right. Anything else before we wrap up this segment?
No, I love my Bottleneck family.
Me too. Wearing the shirt right now.
I love that shirt. I gotta get me one of those. That's fantastic.
We will send you one.
Well, thank you so much, and we'll go ahead and go on to the next segment. Thank you. I appreciate it, Diane. Thank you, Sarah. All right. I do want to say I want to invite each of you every Tuesday and every Thursday. You can go and Tune in to Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn, Periscope. Check out Live with Bottleneck, and tune in live as we talk with unbelievable entrepreneurs around the world who are going to give you tips and strategies to help you stop the bottleneck in your business. And with that being said, I'm going to bring in Raina. Raina, what do we have coming up next?
So we have we're going to be talking about right now our recruitment process with Akai and Rachel, of course, my sister.
Oh, hey, all right.
They're waiting in the green room for you. So let's get it on.
All right. Well, then we'll go ahead and do that. Let me go ahead and populate. Thank you.
Of course.
We're going to be talking about recruitment with our recruitment manager, Rachel Adlowen, and we're going to be introducing you to Akai. Wonderful strategic partnership. I cannot be more excited about introducing you to him with Via Hires. We're going to be bringing him on and talking about how we've been able to kind of marry these two services together. Again, another very, very, very targeted and focused relationship to better the online onboarding process for our clients and give an opportunity for so many other newly adopted dedicated distant assistants. So without any further ado, please allow me to introduce you to Akai and Rachel. So here we go.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hey.
Hey.
How are you guys?
I'm nervous.
I'm good.
Oh, that's fantastic.
We've been talking in the green room and also in Skype.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, good deal. Well, I'm super pumped to have you here. Recruitment is played a major role in our new category, dedicated distant assistants, that we are now officially the world's first dedicated distant assistant company. And this is yet another new portion to our entire company or service that we've added since COVID hit. And so all these different moving parts coming in, I want to be completely open. As I've said before, we want to be completely transparent. We want to give people an inside look into what it is that we're doing. And Akai and Rachel, I don't know what I would do without you, because there's no way I would have time to do the amount of sourcing at the level of sourcing you do to find the most highly skilled, qualified candidates that we can introduce to our clients, and to have the wherewithal to process that out and communicate not only with our DDAs, but also with our clients. And so my hat's off to you. This is my public thank you for everything that you've done. And I know you've been working a lot behind the scenes. And I'm saying thank you to everyone today, but I want to make sure that you know, specifically for the recruitment aspect, which is a huge part of the business, you've knocked it out of the park. And I want to say thank you. And thank you so much for adding this opportunity, giving us this opportunity, Akai, and for doing what you're doing. And Rachel, for being such a conduit of unbelievable communication between our organization and Akai's. And I wonder if you might be able to talk about that a little bit, Akai. Tell us a little bit about who you are, what you're doing, and what that relationship looks like with Bottleneck moving forward.
Great. So everyone who's watching, I'm Akai. I'm the founder of Via Hires, and basically we're bringing the human back in human resources. So a lot of people right now don't really realize, especially those who are in the human resources, they don't realize that recruitment is not just science. It's not straight up science where you look at the resume, you interview the person, and then if they match the requirements, they get hired. So there's a lot of background things that you should be doing to make sure that you have the right person with you. So with Via Hires, we make sure that we basically make sure that we try and understand really who's the applicant, isn't their background, their personality. So it's more if we communicate with our applicants to make sure that we build that connection with them. So to be able for us to really, really understand who they are. And also not just that. So after the whole recruitment process, it also includes us training them. So before we even endorse them to Bottleneck, then we make sure that they have the right skills already, or at least if they do once like at first when they try to apply, we make sure that we hone them to make sure that once they jump in or once they got endorsed to be to Bottleneck, then they're the right person already. Like there's not gonna be any problem when it comes to technical skills. There's not gonna be any problem when it comes to their personality. Everything will just match. So yeah.
Wow. Like, right? Like that's, would you say,
That's
Rachel,
powerful.
before this launch, like before we met via hires, did we have any challenges
We've
securing?
got a lot of challenges, sir. I mean, like I'm the only one that's doing sourcing, and then we're trying to keep it together. It's really hard to find someone who has that skills that the client is looking for, and not only the skills that they have or uphold. We're also looking forward to their attitude, because in our culture, we want everyone to be open. We want them to be honest with us, and they have this integrity and have that bottleneck culture with them. Because if we don't have, I don't think that the you know I don't think that they're going to be a great match for us. And of course, we wanted to make sure that the clients are satisfied with our services. And during the interviews too, I keep on telling them that you just do your part, and then we'll help you every step of the way. Bottleneck is here to hold your hand, and if you have any concerns, you can reach out to anyone. And most of the comments I receive from our candidates that are working with us is that our management is different in a way that they're super comfortable with us, and we make sure that they grow with us too. So even if like their personal problems, client about client issues if they have any, or like just about themselves and their family, they tend to reach out to me and open up. So I'm kind of like their consultant in any way. So I'm very it's such an honor to be there with them, and especially with Akai helping me out. You guys are amazing. I totally recommend Via Hires working with Bottleneck, because you guys give us great candidates, and I'm looking forward to have a strong relationship with the company, and also with to the upcoming clients and candidates that we're gonna have soon. So thank you so much. You guys are the best. You guys are like uplifting my sanity. you know, I know you know that, Akai. I keep on telling you that. I'm
Yeah.
always like, oh my god.
Well,
Yeah.
I will say something about this relationship is the power of sourcing and what we define sourcing as. So if I'm trying not to use too many industry related terms, but sourcing is the act of going out and identifying a candidate that has a really good fit based on their skill set for a certain job role and responsibility that's set forth in a what we call a DA, a dedicated assistant DA intake form, which is basically a questionnaire of what the skill levels that people are looking for. Now, they don't just figure out what these skills are they're looking for. There's actually a method to the madness, and that's something that we specialize in through the delegation roadmap that helps you identify, you being the client or the prospect looking to hire someone to leverage your time so you can focus on high level activity. But you as a person, you can actually go through this and identify the different tasks that completely drain you of energy and that you can delegate to someone else. And then Akai and his team, speaking for you, Akai, you can jump in anytime. They do a tremendous job going out and making sure they find somebody that is there. That is an element of this business we did not have a super good handle on prior to this, based on the volume of clientele that we were getting in. And I would be the first person to take responsibility for that. And that was one of the major reasons why I think the declination of Bottleneck and COVID may have been one of the contributing factors. That being said, moving forward, I am so excited about what's happening. And Akai, where do you see this? Like, what kind of bandwidth are we talking about? Can we take on 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 new clients right now? Do you have the resources for that?
Definitely. You can ask Rachel about this, and she's gonna tell you that it's the candidates that we currently have. We don't just hire them. We don't just they don't just apply to us. We also train them. So once they jump into you guys, and once they have their own client with Bottleneck, they're not going to be a stagnant DBA. They're not just going to be doing, if your client is looking for social media, they're not just going to be doing social media. They can probably do more.
Well, I want to say thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you so much, Akai. I feel so confident in being able to talk with somebody, knowing that we're going to be able to follow through on our promises. And without this particular element of the company here, all that goes by the wayside. So I want to say thank you very much. I wouldn't say all of it goes by the wayside, but you give me the confidence to move forward, right? And that's huge. So thank you, Kai. Thank you, Rachel.
You're welcome, and thank you too.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Aka, you're the best.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. So we've been talking with Akai. We've been talking with Rachel, our recruitment manager, Akai of Via Hires, and absolutely great resource so that you can feel extra confident in that when you submit an opportunity to meet a candidate that you want to work for you and your organization for years to come, just know that there's been a lot of research in the back end done for you there. And that's why I wanted to introduce. The next thing we're going to talk about is my unbelievable partner, Dr. David Larino, with Bottleneck Medical, where we help with Dr. David Larino. He's a co-founder of Bottleneck Medical Virtual Services. We're also going to be introducing you to Jovelyn Hamigan, who is our virtual medical scribe at Bottleneck Medical Virtual Services, and Raquel, she's our director of operations, De Jesus, at Bottleneck Medical Virtual Services. And what I want to do before I bring them on is I want to let you know and understand that this is a partnership opportunity for us, for anybody in the medical field. It is very possible to increase the revenue and therefore the profit in your private practice using a distributed workforce that are HIPAA compliant and that have actually done the work before within these three areas: new patient coordinator to taking new patients on, number 2, insurance eligibility and benefits verification specialist, and number 3, virtual, in this case, dedicated distant medical scribes. Yes, it is possible. And I want to welcome Dr. Larino, and I want to welcome Jovelyn and Raquel. And hey, how's it going, medical?
Hi, everyone.
Doing great. Doing great. How's everybody?
Great. Very great.
I thank you so much for jumping on, Dr. Larino. I know you've been going crazy, and we've been trying to organize the schedule today because you're taking care of people.
I am literally right in the middle of patients, so it's okay. It's okay.
Well, I appreciate you jumping on board. Raquel and Jovelyn, thank you for all you've done. I'm going to give each of you a chance, but Dr. Larino, I wonder if maybe you can tell us a little bit about you and your background and how our partnership came to be.
Yeah, of course. Well, thanks for having me on, Jamie. I mean, I'm excited and honored to be here and be part of the Bottleneck Medical team. And, you know, what a team it's become. I think, gosh, it was the winter of 2018 when Jamie and I kind of started this all up. And, you know, I had this, and by the way, I was listening to Christopher Lockhead this morning, and he was awesome in his point on radical differentiation. And that kind of stuck in my brain because when I think back to 2018, that's probably what was going through my mind. Was I knew there was a better way to handle a lot of the stuff in our medical clinics that we take on as providers, where we're the cook, the bottle washer, the server, the waiter, the business owner. We're trying to do everything, and it's just not physically possible. So I started to reach this point where I was getting a little bit of burnout happening. And I said, gosh, there has got to be a better way. And so through a mutual friend, Jamie and I got introduced, and oh gosh, it wasn't more than, you know, a handful of weeks later, Jamie and his wife, Sarah, flew out to Phoenix. We sat down, we started mapping out this idea that I had, which was going to be radically different in the medical space, as to how we could get back more time, energy, generate more money, and technically just live a better quality of life. So that's kind of how the genesis of this transpired from 2018 up until now. And we have had such phenomenal success with Bottleneck Medical Team, and everybody involved with it that's joined our organization and our practice. And it's just been kind of life-changing, to be quite honest with you. So it's been great. I love to be on the cutting edge of things, and as Christopher would say, a radical differentiator. So I don't know that I'm the first person to ever do it, but I think we're definitely up there as one of the first companies or medical practices to implement new patient coordinators, virtual scribes, eligibility benefit, and coordinators. I mean, we've done it all. We've done and we're building out other positions. We're coming up with new ideas and new positions within these practices. So I think it's been great. It's been awesome.
Well, and you've had your own private practice as a doctor of podiatry for over 20 years, right?
20, going on 21 years now.
Wow.
So,
Wow.
And it's medicine's very legacy driven, right? I mean, it was paper and pen for the longest time, and then physicians are very slow to adopt EHRs. And then finally they did, and now EHRs are here, but they've been a little bit slow to adopt a DDA or having other people come in from remote-based areas to serve their clinics. But, you know, I don't think that way. I think outside the square, and I just like to think, how can I do it better? How can I do it faster, more efficient, and give me back, you know, my life? Because we're dedicated to our craft, but we also should be dedicated to our families as well.
Amen. Getting that quality of life back, I think that's our provocative point of view, right? Get people to stop doing the tasks that's interfering with them doing their best work. And that's what we're all about. I wonder, maybe Raquel, you can tell us a little bit about who you are, what your position is, and I know you know Dr. Lorino, and maybe what you do with Bottleneck Medical.
Yes, well, I just want to let you know that I'm kind of nervous, but it's very exciting. And yes, hi, I'm Raquel. I'm the Director of Operations of Bottleneck Medical. And yeah, I've been with Dr. Lorino. I'm the dedicated distant assistant in the verification of benefits for Dr. David Lorino for almost a year. Yeah, for a year, actually 2019, until he moved on to start his new practice, his own practice. And then I've been verifying the benefits for him and taking those things off of his hands so he can do more. And right now, what I'm doing is I am the one coordinating or reaching out to the leads, to those doctors who wanted to get their own dedicated distant assistant so they can do more. And I am the one reaching out to them, making it easier for them to transition to getting their own dedicated distant assistant. And yeah, I'm the one who's wanted to help them and get their own dedicated distant assistant in their own team, so that they can do more, just like Dr. David Lorino said earlier.
And what a wonderful job. You've also been very instrumental in helping us create workflows, helping us create training, because we have all kinds of stuff coming out for all of our DDAs in the next coming weeks and months. I'm really stoked for that. And you've been a big part of that. You're also our privacy policy manager. You've gone through the new, and this is another new thing, by the way, since COVID hit, among a new website and all this other stuff, we've also had to go out and find HIPAA compliancy specifically for remote-based environments, and you're leading that charge, that cause there. So that's a lot of work to be done. And so I just want to say thank you for taking all of this on board and helping us guide along, because Bottleneck Medical is going to grow like gangbusters. And so I really appreciate you outlining the workflows and the processes there.
Thank you. Yeah, it's my pleasure.
And next, I wanted to introduce everybody to Jovelyn. And Jovelyn, I wonder if maybe you could give us a little bit of background for you and what you do and how you've been helping us and what you've seen happening with Bottleneck Medical.
Okay. So hi everybody. My name is Jovelyn. I have been working as a medical scribe for Bottleneck since 2019 of last February of 2019. And what I do as a medical scribe is to take over the clerical workloads of doctors so that they can focus more on their patients. Just like what Dr. Lorino said, that if we take up the workload of doctors on their medical documentation, they can spend more time on their patients, they can improve more on their business, and then they would avoid doing overtimes in their workplaces so that they can go home to their families on time. So that's what I do. And right now, I'm helping Raquel doing the training course for medical scribes for Bottleneck. That's it, Jamie.
Well, I want to say, Dr. Lorino, what is the bane of your existence?
Charting, progress notes,
Yeah.
administrative work, all of it. Yes. And I will also add that, Jovelyn was in our clinic and worked with my partner, Dr. Freestone, side by side. And she was a godsend for him because I tell you, I mean, looking across at him and seeing the smile on his face when he was closing his laptop at 5:10 and walking out the door, it put a smile on my face too, because I knew that Jovelyn was doing a phenomenal job. And every DDA that we've worked with has done a phenomenal job. So it's, like I said, I only see big things happening, not only for our clinic, but the other clinics that we want to serve and that are willing to be served. I think this is going to skyrocket practices to the next level.
Well, I cannot thank you enough. We have about 4 minutes left in this segment. Dr. Lorino, I want to respect your time there. So just let us know. But if I can ask a question, where do you see, we were kind of leaning on that, but where do you see this new category, dedicated distant assistant? Where do you see that going, especially in the medical arena, not only for podiatry, but beyond podiatry? With the onset of AI, more, other people coming in with a kind of a transactional based kind of offering. Where do you see the DDA fitting into that private practice in the future?
Well, it's really hard to predict, Jamie. But when we try and fast forward or think forward, I think there's certain things that are going to come into play, and DDAs I think are going to be critical to medical practices. There's no doubt in my mind. We're in a service-based industry, we're in a physical-based industry, so we have to have some level of brick and mortar in what we do. However, 50 to probably 75% of it can be remote because a lot of it is administrative work, and it's transactional in the sense that there's things being handed off or moved from one person to the next within the clinic. However, it should be more transformational versus just transactional. And I think the DDAs are going to help us become more transformational in our practices, and that's going to set us apart from what we're currently doing. It's going to take
and they're part of the team. They come to your huddles and things like that, right?
Of course. Yeah, they're always welcome. They are part of the team, part of our family. And we want them to be because they are an integral part of what we do every single day. So, I think that this will be very transformational for practices, but it's going to take a mindset shift because, once again, physicians are pretty stuck in their way. And like I said, they're basing what they know off of this legacy model, and they have to try it to believe it is what I think is what it's truly going to take.
Amen. Yeah, I agree. And this is actually a nice segue to you, Raquel. There's concern. Obviously, when you're trying something new, there's a bit of a challenge. And by the way, Dr. Lorino actually practiced what we preach here. He documented, as if it's the last time he documented the process of what it was like training a new medical scribe and a new verification specialist. And it did take some time, and we had some challenges that we didn't know that came up unexpectedly, but we've learned from that. And it's a nice segue to go to you, Raquel, because many clients, many of them in the medical industry, physicians, they're one of their biggest objections is, are you HIPAA compliant? There's all these hurdles they put in front of themselves that we're able to knock down one by one. And I wonder if you can tell us a little bit about how a physician may feel comfortable coming to Bottleneck Medical, knowing that we are HIPAA compliant. Tell us a little bit about what you're going through.
Yeah, that's right. Well, before a dedicated distant assistant start working with the doctors, what we do is the first day on their work is they don't see the doctors yet. What they do is they took the full day taking the HIPAA compliance training, which we have prepared for them, and then they're gonna have a certificate of being HIPAA compliant, and that's the one that they can show to their clients after the second day. Then the second day they will meet with the clients and then start working with the doctors. So yeah, the dedicated distant assistants are fully HIPAA compliant. We do train them before they start working with the doctors.
That's fantastic. Thank you for explaining that. Jocelyn, do you have anything else to add before we wrap up this segment, before I get to Dr. Loreno one last time?
I just want to thank you, Sir Jamie, for this opportunity to work with you, and also to Dr. Loreno. Thank you for the learning experience I learned in your clinic. And that's if there are doctors watching here, it's time to hire your distant medical scribe.
Exactly.
What I'm talking about.
And I will say absolutely 100% Javelin is spot on there. Let's get our lives back as physicians, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's all about that quality of life. Dr. Loreno, any closing remarks before we wrap up this segment?
Oh, it's just been a great ride, Jamie. I mean, it's been a great friendship and partnership that we've developed. And, I'm just looking forward to the future with Bottleneck Medical and Bottleneck as a whole. I mean, it's just the category differentiation that's being created here it's going to be world renowned because, like you said, everybody's, doing virtual assistants and it's all AI based, et cetera. But I mean, we're humans, we like interaction. We like touching and feeling, and we like to be an intimate part of something. So this is what Bottleneck is all about. It's like it's at the core of what we do, and so I'm really looking forward to the future for all of us, and the future looks bright. Well, we better wear shades.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Loreno, for taking the time in between seeing your patients there. Raquel and Javelin, what can I say? Bottleneck Medical, it's what an honor to be in a partnership with a doctor, a good friend, a super smart group of people. I couldn't ask for anything more, and I just want to make sure that you all know how much I thank you, and it pretty much goes unsaid, but I just want to publicly state my appreciation and how much I look up to each of you. And I just really appreciate everything you've done. It's been a wonderful journey, and I can't wait to see what happens next.
Feelings mutual.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for waiting so long. It's been kind of chaotic here, but have a great one, and we'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye for now.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Oh, so that was our incredible Bottleneck Medical team. You can learn more by going to bottleneckmedical.com. If you're a physician, podiatry, or otherwise, and you're looking for a new patient coordinator, if you're looking for a medical scribe to do the charting for you, or you're looking for somebody to do some insurance verifications and benefits, look no further. Come and let us know. We'd be happy to meet with you and answer any questions that you have. So as we move on a little bit, we're going to be going and what is next, Miss Raina?
Hi, Sir Jamie. We're having fun right now. And also, before we proceed, I would like to remind everyone to subscribe to our newsletter. So our launch page, go to our launch page and subscribe. And so maybe you'll win a gift. Maybe you'll win a bidet. Maybe you'll win a microphone and a book.
Look at this. You can win
Yeah.
it today. It's the
Yeah.
experience. Easy and quick installation. There's no hacking or drilling. Let me see what are improved hygiene. Works for men, women, the elderly. It's very convenient and it's a very healthy and fresh alternative to using toilet paper.
True.
Then we're going to be Ron White. If you guys like a little bit of comedy, we're going to be giving away a Ron White CD. Never been opened, but he's amazing. Sarah and I got to see him live, and we actually got to meet him. What a great guy. Because everybody's remote right now, we're going to be giving away this Mevo camera. Now, I have used this camera. It's great. All you need is a cell phone or a smartphone. You can connect it, and it's like your own producer. You can move around, and the camera will follow you. It's pretty amazing. It's perfectly a great time for, especially since we're all working remotely and stuff like that. Seamless real-time streaming. Stream live to your customers, fans, and friends from virtually anywhere via Wi-Fi or LTE. It's really, really cool. And then here's the first microphone I ever had. It's called a microphone. It's a Blue Yeti microphone. We're going to be giving this away. I think probably some other stuff there, but I just don't know what it is. Tomorrow morning between 10 and 10:30 on Live with Bottleneck, a weekend review with Jamie and Sarah. We're actually going to be doing the Wheel of Fortune, and everybody that subscribes, not only will you get the ultimate guide to hiring a virtual assistant, the 7 things you absolutely must know before you hire a dedicated distant assistant, but you'll also be entered to win a prize, and we'll be sharing all the winners tomorrow. Thanks for bringing that up. All right. So what's on the horizon?
All right, sir. So we have the amazing Magic Mike in the green room. And we'll be talking about the client onboarding portal and how he created our videos. So we're very excited for this segment.
Well, thank you so much. I'm super pumped to meet, or not to meet, but to bring Mike D on. He is incredible. I will tell you first and foremost, I've learned so much from this person. I'm pretty good at recognizing people with big hearts. And it's hard. I'd be hard pressed to find someone with a bigger heart. Everybody here on the team is exceptional. Don't get me wrong. Mike D, father of 6, is able to do some pretty amazing things while being an amazing dad, being an amazing husband, and just being an amazing human being, along with a very gifted and talented audio engineer and video engineer. He's amazing. What this guy does, what he knocks out, it just baffles my brain. So without any further ado, I'm going to bring Mike on to join me today, and here he is, Mike D.
Hello, good morning. That was a rather fascinating introduction. Thank you for that, Jamie. And it just goes back at you. You're also an amazing human being, and I'm so honored and I'm so thrilled to be here. Yeah, let's get this rolling.
Hey, there we go. All right. Well, today I want to talk. The reason I have you on is because you're our audio editor, our video editor, and you do a lot of things for us. It's from audio editing on podcasts and things like that, and then the video editing, all the intros that you see, the intro that you saw at the beginning of this live, the intro that you see every single time we go to live stream, the outro, that's all you. You did all of that. You put in the music, you mastered all that. You just it. I know, and I probably shouldn't do this, but you're magical, and I mean, it's just amazing the stuff that you turn out. So a big, warm-hearted public thank you for all that you do for us. Can you tell us a little bit about, since I've already spoiled most of the story, but can you tell us who you are, where you're at in the world, how long you've been with us, and what you do for Bottleneck?
Well, thank you so much. My name is Mike DeRuin. You can call me Mike D. You can call me Magic Mike. I give you that permission to call me. I'm
going to do that, then Magic Mike. I'm going to do it.
We're a crazy team. We're a family here, and we call everybody the best names that we can come up with. And as for me, they call me Magic Mike. Part of the magic
It's
actually
kind of scary.
is
Then what do you call me?
Jamie J.
Hey!
Jamie J. There you go. Well, so far I'm a father of six. I'm located at the sugar capital of the Philippines. Everywhere I see there are sugar canes. It's one of the most safest place here in the Philippines. It's in Bacolod City. I've been with Bottleneck since 2016. I've been working behind the scenes as mainly before as a podcast editor. I've been mixing, mastering, doing audio surgery, and so far we've got clients get into the top Apple iTunes podcast, and some of our clients were able to get into Amazon Best Podcast of 2000. That was way back 2018, I guess, and now I'm morphing into the video editing world, and which is I see that the video is king since 2019, and I'm working as whether it's a video tutorial for the clients to help them navigate all throughout our client onboarding portal, whether it's a marketing video promo, a YouTube vlog, anything else that I can help with the Bottleneck team, and as well as our clients also. Help them carry over the weight of editing off their shoulders. So far that's my a little bit of daily preview of who I am and what I do here at Bottleneck.
Well, I want to say thank you so much. I don't know if Sarah is around here, but if Sarah is around, and I would love to bring her on because, she's been a big part of this as well. And I know you've worked closely with her being in the podcast side of things. So if I can bring her on really quick, I would like to add her to the stream. Hey there, Sarah.
Hey, Mike D. How are you?
Hello. So far, so good. I'm pretty well prepared for this one. I took up a lot of protein, and a little bit of Gatorade just to suit me up today. That's it. But so far, I love it. I just want to share the world of our hearts to everybody here who's watching this one, and hope they could get what is the future is going to look like right now. So
Yeah,
there you go.
definitely. Well, the reason I wanted to bring you on, Sarah, is I wanted to know because you worked so intimately with Mike D over the past several years, and I wanted to just kind of get your insight as to how it was like to work with Mike D, and vice versa, Mike, you with Sarah. But Sarah, how was it like to work with somebody thousands and thousands of miles away, 14 hours ahead of us in time, and how was that for you?
Well, it was, it was a challenge at first, very challenging, figuring out, okay, Mike comes on Sunday and then, okay. And then this podcast is due at this time. This is when we were doing several podcasts, producing podcasts. And Mike he'd put his magic in. We'd add music in and intros and outros and mid rolls, and he could take the roughest audio and just make it sound like a dream. It was like, how did you do that? And that's how he became known as Magic Mike. So this is one talented guy that, working with around the world, as soon as we kind of worked on our processes, there were growing pains, Mike, when we tried to figure out what file goes here. And finally, when we got Basecamp nailed down, we're like, okay, drop this here. I'm going to drop this here. And we just kind of got in a process. And Mike's pretty easy. He goes with the flow. And that's one of the joys of working with Mike.
Aw. And you know what? That it's really powerful. That's the reason I wanted to bring you on, Sarah. You shoot straight like it is. You're not going to waver. You're not going to tell any falsities, anything like that. You just shoot it how it is. And so I wanted to bring her on because Mike D, this is real life. I want people to see this is behind the scenes. This is real life that we're talking about. And Mike, I want to know, before we get into some of the video editing that you're doing now and what's coming next, maybe you can share the story of your relationship. What was challenging for you How did we get through this?
Yeah, before it was, yeah, it was actually a challenge because we're only doing processes as really new. Every process is new. So, but as the time progressed, we were able to make workflows, um, put in the management, project management at Basecamp. We've tried other project management, if you can remember, but I think the best thing that we have, you know, found all throughout the years is that we've found all those bottlenecks, and we were able, we were able to make it as seamless as possible. And working with Diane, working with Miss Sarah, and everybody else, it's just like, it's just like in the morning I can finish it right away. There's no need to panic, or there's no need for everybody to look for how to do this certain kind of process that you need to do, because the workflow is already there. It's been video recorded, it's been in PDF form, and everything is there. And we were able to make that seamless, oh, because of our experience before. And like I said, it's now we've found out something that maybe other project or remote companies were not able to discover yet. But since we're in this game, or since we're in this business for since 2012, and
Yeah.
it's everything is wonderful,
Yeah.
everything. But there are also challenges, but we were able to conquer them, and
Yeah.
now we are right now here we are. It's a wonderful journey.
But one of the biggest challenges, Mike, I think in the beginning was in the Philippines, upload and download speeds are slower than they are here in the States. And so
Yeah.
we had to look at it and go, okay, so it takes Mike this amount of time to upload his completed audio. And
Right.
uploading takes a lot longer than downloading. So, and uploading speeds are generally slower. So it was fantastic to, when we finally got that process nailed, then we could communicate that to the clients and say, okay, this is the process. We need the raw audio this many days in advance. It just made it so much easier.
Yeah, because we were setting expectations, right? And
Right.
that's what you get
At
through
the beginning.
experience. That's what you
Yes.
get through experience, and I believe that's the reason why having a dedicated distant assistant through Bottleneck, you're getting that experience. We practice it every single day in our own company, right?
Yep.
Correct. And we already found some rabbit holes that we already figured out. This is gonna be going into the rabbit hole, and we found ways to make it much more simpler. Right now, even recently, we just got a client that she needs a video for her YouTube channel, and we were able to nail it right away within the week. And before we were not able to do that, but
Yeah.
because even though there's download speed, or the internet is slow, but because of the right processes and systems, we were able to nail it down right away with the editor notes, everything like that. It's been laid down, and kudos to everybody here. Same with you, Jamie, and Miss Sarah, and everybody in the team. They're very terrific. Yeah.
You
Well,
are too,
amen.
Mike D.
Heck yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for giving me permission. Magic Mike, you are amazing. And I think we have about 2 minutes left before we have to wrap. So what's next on our agenda? What do you have planned coming up the road here?
Currently, we're planning for the medical, and there is something that we have already prepared, and yeah, we are waiting for this launch to wrap up. No. While we're waiting for this launch to wrap up, which is going to be a pretty amazing thing, because we are moving into the next phase of this wonderful thing that we're doing right now. And we are preparing a lot of things. Like, for example, on the client onboarding portal, we've already made videos for our service members, which they don't need to have a hard time reading the script or accessing. Everything is there. Like, you just have to click play the video. The instructional is there. There are also emphasis texts that you can understand idiot free. I guess that's a term. That's a term.
Grade simple might be better, but same, yeah. Same thing.
We have already made this more easier compared to other. This is who we are because this is Bottleneck. This is who we are.
How many of my videos have you redone, Mike? As I'm going through my processes, I'm like, oh wait, I got to change that. Sorry, Mike.
There were a lot, and and the part of the thing is that we really want to give them the best only. That's it. Simply put, that's it. Only the best for them.
Mike D, thank you. You've always been there. You've been consistent. Your personality is unbelievable, and everything you've done has been on point with us, even though we've gone through so many changes. And I just want to make a big public thank you to you for doing everything that you've done, because you've given us the vision of video, or the gift of video, to help share and tell our story. And we're super excited about that. You mentioned the client onboarding portal. You are the one that is responsible for every single one of those videos. 60, 70 videos that the client's going to be able to go through. And by the way, the client onboarding portal is now live. It's congratulations. It is now live. And for all of our clients that come on board, after they submit the questionnaire, we're going to give you access to this, and it's going to help you learn how to hire somebody effectively. Everything that we've learned is going to be coming down and being shared with you through these videos that have been produced by Magic Mike. I want to let you know that there's an intro, there's an outro, there's lower thirds. It's super dynamic and top notch. And Mike, I'm saying this because you're the man when this happened. I mean, these videos, this animation that you create is simply amazing. And I want everybody to know all the hard work you put into is there for people to consume so that they can learn easier. It's edutainment in my eyes. And you've added the tainment onto the education. So the education has been replaced with tainment. Edutainment is Magic Mike.
Right back at you. Right back at you, Sir Jamie.
Well, I'm not that creative, so.
Well, we're a pretty great team. It's like it is like we've already known 1,000 ways how this video works, and we've known 1,000 ways how those videos doesn't work, and now there they are. Everything is there already for them. So this is going to be great. I'm excited for this.
Well, I am too. And again, thank you for everything. You've been a blessing to us for many years, and my only hope is that you're a blessing to us for many years to come. You'll forever be our family.
Exactly. Yep. Thank you. I love you both. I love you both, everybody there, everybody on the team. And this is going to be amazing. I really feel this. I've never been so busy in my life. This is like all the juices has been juiced up in this one. So this is really it. This is really it, guys. This is really it.
I guess fantastic.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Fantastic.
It really is fantastic. Jonathan Bates. Hey man, how you doing? Good to catch you. Thank you so much for tuning in, Big John. Okay, Mike D, thank you so much. Sarah, thanks for jumping on. Thanks for sharing what you do, Mike D. I just couldn't have this segment done without Sarah being here because you guys have worked together so long. So I just want to say thank you for everything that you're doing.
Thank you. Right back at you.
All right. All right. Well, okay. So we have whoa. There we go. I think we have it now. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's me controlling. It's going awesome. Okay, there's 2. The over and under was 3. What were you? Were you over or were you under? I need to stop. My hands are away from the keyboard. Okay. We are getting close to wrapping up. I know we were going to be till 11:30. We're running a little bit late. That's not too bad for a 3.5 hour projection to come up about 10, 15 minutes late. I feel pretty good with that. And I really appreciate everybody that's been tuning in today. There's 2 more things that I wanted to do before I bring Raina and Sarah back to kind of wrap up with everything. Is first and foremost, I want to say thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for all of the clients out there that have entrusted us with our service. We cannot be more proud of what we're doing, and we're super honored for you to have given us the opportunity to work with you. We're super stoked about the future and where we're going to be taking things, and I cannot wait for all the new clients, the thousands of new clients we're going to be taking on in the next year and a half from now. We are ready. And I wanted this as a demonstration to, if you have any doubt whatsoever as to what is Bottleneck or what is the category dedicated distant assistant, we wanted to make sure we cleared all of that up. You can go to Bottleneck.Online /launch-2020 to learn more about this. Enter to get to win prizes. We're going to be giving away some cool prizes and things like that. But we also have the ultimate guide to hiring a dedicated distant assistant. It's the 7 things you absolutely must know before you hire somebody. And this isn't just a whim. This is stuff that I've learned over the past 14, almost 15 years of sourcing unbelievable dedicated assistants from the Philippines. If you have any questions at all, please go to Bottleneck.Online /inquiry. Schedule a consultation. It's absolutely free. We'll be happy to answer all of your questions. We want to be able to help stop the bottleneck in your business. That being said, I am going to be talking now about what is the Integrated Services Program. You may have heard mention of us talking about ISP. ISP is the Integrated Services Program. This is a concept that was actually formed or founded because of you, because of our clients, because of the feedback that we're getting. There is a term, and if you Google or Google the dictionary, what the meaning is of a golden goose, what is a golden goose, you're going to get a different meaning. Our spin on what the golden goose is this. We've had clients come to us and they said that, hey, I want to hire somebody that can manage my calendar, and I need them to manage my emails, and I want to make sure that they answer my phones from 8 to 5 when I'm out doing the work or whatever. And I need them to do my bookkeeping. And we do these campaigns in MailChimp or whatever in our email marketing software. So they're going to need to be able to design some really cool headers and make these nice little images that I can share on social media. And then I want them to manage my social media. And I want them to, like, videos are really big right now. So I want them to create the videos. And those cool little intros and outros. I want them to add them on there. So this is all the stuff that I want off of my plate. That's the golden goose rule. If you can find anybody that can do all of that at the high level to maintain your brand integrity, then so be it. Please introduce me to them because I want to be able to clone them. I have yet to find anybody that can do all of that at such a high level that, and if you're not getting this stuff, these tasks completed at a very high level, what does that say about your brand? What does that say about the integrity of your brand? And yes, I'm challenging you right now. You may not like to hear some of this stuff, but it's okay for you to not be able to do everything. Here's the other thing. Integrated services follow 3 different areas. The main reason why we have identified these 3 key areas is because these are 3 areas that expertise really lend a hand into differentiating your brand or your category. Number 1 is graphic design. You have to have awesome design. Everywhere you see on here, graphic design, backgrounds, logos, everything that you're seeing. When I show you this is graphic design. This is graphic design. Do you see the continuity in the branding from the launch to the word of the year that's coming up next? This is all about graphic design. And this is done at a very high level. So graphic design is very important. I'm not a good graphic designer. but I sure as heck know my two team. I'll put them up against any graphic designer anywhere. That's how confident, that's how much I respect the work that they do. Number 2 is web management services. It's very important to have a good internet web presence. And that web presence not only has to be designed well, but it also has to function well. The user experience has to be going through the roof. With the amount of noise in this world, the amount of competition that's out there right now, you cannot afford to have a lackadaisical presence on the World Wide Web. They have to make it super simple. The information, the content, written content needs to be distilled down. The videos need to be done professionally. And that leads me to the third thing, video and audio editing. These are all parts of the integrated services program. Now, because I don't believe there's one person that can do each one of these things at a very high level and efficient manner, we have an opportunity for our premium clients. Those are the people that choose our premium service. Not only do they get a full single point of contact, dedicated distant assistant, full-time or part-time, that directly reports just to them and or the point of contact within an organization. But they also get this dedicated distant assistant who is now trained project manager in our specific workflows through our Basecamp, through our project management software. And what they will do is if you as a client say, hey, I need you to do this flyer for me. I say you're a real estate agent. I need you to do this flyer for me for my open house. Well, now your dedicated distant assistant, who is not a graphic designer, by the way, will say, no problem. They will go ahead, ask you for all the details, act as the project manager, send it off through our process that's very detailed and process-driven, identify one of our graphic designers. Our graphic designer will then complete that task, send it back to your dedicated distant assistant, who will now be acting as a quality control or quality assurance agent on your behalf to make sure all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed, brand integrity is on point, all of that. Then and only then will your dedicated distant assistant forward that task off to you, whether it's web management services, update, adding something to your website, video or audio editing, and or graphic design. And then that way, guess what? You don't have to waste time going out and finding a graphic designer. You don't know how they're going to perform. You don't have to waste time in finding a web developer or web management services. You don't know how they're going to perform. You don't have to waste time going out and finding an audio and video editor like Magic Mike. These people that are on our internal services program, our integrated services program team, have been doing this for years, combined over probably 20 years, 30 years of experience right here just at Bottleneck. How beautiful is that? One single point of contact, you get an entire team. You don't have to waste time meeting new people. That's what the integrated services program is. And that is why we've put it into one of our packages or two of our packages for our premium members subscription plans. It's because you've asked for it and we've delivered. So I want to say that's about a wrap for ISP. If you want to learn anything else, go to Bottleneck.Online/inquiry. Schedule a free consultation. We'd be happy to meet with you. And the last thing I'm going to do before we wrap up, this has been a big deal for me. COVID came, crushed us. Every year, as you may know, I have a word of the year. You can go and find those on our websites. The word of the year for 2018, when I started doing this, was focus. Finding opportunities by creating uninterrupted strategy sessions, right? In 2019, it was listen. 2 ears, 1 mouth. That's for a reason. Listen intentfully and soulfully to engage notably. Now, what I'm about to share with you is what I've done for 2020. And even though we've had a lot of challenges over our time this year, I'm proud to announce the year for 2020. The year for 2020 is implement. And implement, you can see here with this unbelievable team members here all smiling about, is a verb. And it's basically what it means is put a decision plan or agreement into effect. Sarah Blakely, founder of Spanx, said it best. Every person in their life has had $1 million idea. The difference is whether or not you take that into action. Get started now and figure it out along the way. You can't be afraid of failure. Instead, embrace it and learn from it. We do that every single day. We're doing it right now with this live. Implementation is the process of executing a plan or policy so that a concept becomes reality. A product or service become a category. Bottleneck becomes a dedicated distant assistant company. As a matter of fact, the world's first dedicated distant assistant company. And to implement a plan properly, managers should communicate clear goals and expectations and supply team members with the resources needed to help the company achieve its vision, mission, and core values. And if I may be so bold, I would like to tell you, we did a lot of research. I did a lot of research in what each letter means. I means impacting. Basically, it's a verb, gerund, or present participle, impacting. It means have a strong effect on someone or something. The act of making an impact is a big part of Bottleneck. In order for us to be taken seriously as a business, we must maintain a strong and consistent message that is known throughout the entire company. Mindful is to put something into effect. And the third letter, P, professionals, is a person engaged or qualified in a profession. In order to understand our audience, we must first know who our audience is. By understanding who our audience is, only then are we able to communicate with them in such a way that addresses their real-time challenges in both life and their profession. Right? Profession, professionals. Leadership, the action of leading a group of people or an organization. Being a leader is being able to guide people through a challenge with a specific and designed system. While mistakes will be made, the system will be there as a guide to a reference any needed course or corrections. Inequality, have a strong effect on something or someone. The act of making an impact is a big part of Bottleneck. In order for us to be taken seriously as a business, we must remain a strong and consistent message that is known throughout the entire company. Dedicated, distant, assistant, our vision, our mission, our core values. Motivation, the reason or reasons one has for acting or behaving in a particular way. Everyone is motivated. The question we have to ask ourselves is, are you motivated in a positive manner? Without motivation, without positive motivation, the simplest tasks may be hard to complete. Together, we will get you back on track. Education, the process of receiving or giving systematic instruction. To quote Confucius, true wisdom is knowing what you don't know. Whether it is through books, online courses, or practicing the art of listening, we appreciate learning from our clients and sharing the wisdom we've been fortunate enough to gain over the past decade. Nurture, care for and encourage the growth of development. It starts with a mindset. And often one of the biggest obstacles to overcome in order to nurture our relationships is to intentionally seek a plan for opportunities to engage with our clients. And then thoughtfulness, consideration for the needs of other people. Thoughtfulness is the ability to empathize with others. We want to put ourselves in our clients' shoes, and we attempt to understand how they feel. So much in the same way that we have had words of the year in the past, focus, finding opportunities by creating uninterrupted strategy sessions, listen intentfully and soulfully to engage notably. I am now proud to say that the word for 2020 is implement. And implement, in a nutshell, is impacting mindful professionals through leadership, equality, and motivation and education, to nurture thoughtfulness. So that is the word of the year, implement. And I hope that you can learn more. Go to Bottleneck.Online /WOTY-implement to learn more about it. And then I have links down there at the bottom to go check out the other 2 words of the year and my mindset, my process for coming up with those words and how I'm going to take those words and really act against them in much the same way that I'm implementing the new category design that is the world's first dedicated distant assistant company. So we've implemented on that. We are here. We've done it. We're almost ready to wrap up. So I'm going to be bringing in Sarah and Raina so we can close out the show and just say thank you one more time. Raina, thank you. Sarah, thank you. We did it.
We did. Oh my gosh.
Congratulations.
Whoever did the under took it because I didn't fall off once. I think we had 2 problems, but other than that, it went pretty good.
Yep.
So I want to give this opportunity for you both to kind of give a little closing statement, if you will. And if it's okay, Raina, we'll have you start, and then Sarah, you follow up. And I would just love to hear what you thought. 3 things. What did you think of the live stream today? Where do you think we are now as a business? And how do you think we're going to be able to help someone in the future?
I'll start. All right. What I think about the live, it went well. It went pretty well. For those business owners, business leaders out there who are watching this live stream, you really need a distant assistant. If you want this kind of live to to really, if you want a live stream to pull off, or you want it to be perfect or at least organized and stuff, well, a distant assistant can do that. And I was in the background messaging everyone and say, hey, you're up next. Hey, this is the time that you're gonna be on and stuff, giving everyone the links and stuff. So we were able to knock everything out. So, and then what was the second question again? Where we're gonna
where are we today?
Yep. Where are we today? And then the third question is, where do you see ourselves in the future? Where's Bottleneck today?
Where's Bottleneck today? I believe that Bottleneck today is on fire. Not literally, but we are hot. Even if we're in a crisis, a global crisis, we're still hot. We're still getting leads, and you're having a next meeting in 5 minutes. What do you call this? You're having a next meeting in 5 minutes, and we are helping business owners out there, and we're also helping our dedicated distant assistants. We're also being human beings to everyone. So we're not the usual company, but we really like to help, and I guess that's all that we have in common, Sir Jamie and Miss Sarah. Everyone in our team is like helping each other out. And then in the future, I envisioning Bottleneck like 1,000 DAs and clients. That's what I'm seeing. And more. And more.
How about you, Sarah?
The live stream was great. Thank you, Raina. She had it all organized. I was in the back office the entire time on the chat, and I was joking around, and poor Raina, she's just on point. She just ignored me and just she tried to keep you on track. She tried.
That's all right. Good luck with that, Raina.
She does a really good job. And where we are today, it's amazing. It's everything has come together. Everything is moving. So the wheels are turning. Our family has become closer because of this. So Bottleneck is poised for the future. And when I see the future, I see the future of helping clients and happy clients that are just so grateful. I mean, the testimonies we have right now are already amazing. And I will tell you, how grateful I am for Diane and Rach and Raina and Mike D and the whole team. Our clients are that grateful for their DAs. And I just see us helping more people because of the distributed workforce today, us helping more clients in the future.
And we're not scared anymore.
Yeah,
we're not scared anymore.
You know what? Thank you so much for helping with everything on this. Sarah, for just dealing with all my craziness. You know what I'm talking about. And Raina, dealing with all my craziness. You know what I'm talking about. And I just appreciate you guys pulling through. It's been an incredible opportunity to be in this intimate relationship with the entire team, intimate yet distant, with the exception of my wife. And I just really want to say thank you. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And I'm going to go ahead and wrap up because I do have a meeting coming up in 2 minutes. So let me say thank you really fast. And I appreciate Sarah, the love of my life. Thank you for everything that you do for me. You mean the absolute world to me. Raina, thank you for continuing to push me and making me a better person and being more communicative and working on there. For everybody else, I'm running out of time. I just want to send a special shout out and thank you. Thank you very much for everyone that tuned in today, everyone that contributed. If you hear this in a replay and you have a question, please reach out to us. You can reach us at Bottleneck.Online. Go learn more about it. Check out our site. Tell me what you like about it. Tell me what you would like to see. If there's something there that you have a question about that you can't find out, let's schedule a time. Bottleneck.online/inquiry. If you want to enter to win prizes like the bidet, we're giving away a bidet. We're giving away a bidet for a day. You clean your rear with it. It's actually called the Claire Rear or something like that. We're doing all that. We're giving away a microphone, my personal Blue Yeti microphone. We're giving away the Blue Yeti, the live event camera, the Mevo live camera that's really good. We're giving away the comedy salute to the troop. If we get 1,000 new people subscribed to a newsletter, we're giving away a free dedicated distant assistant service, including integrated services program, a value of $2,240 to one lucky winner. Tune in tomorrow morning on Live with Bottlenecks, a weekend review with Jamie and Sarah, or with Sarah and Jamie, I forget which one it is, where we're going to actually spin the little wheel of fortune and we're going to pick out names of people that have enrolled. By the way, you'll also get the ultimate guide to hiring a dedicated distant assistant, the 7 things you absolutely must do before you hire a dedicated distant assistant. Thank you so much. It is 12 o'clock. My name is Jamie J. I'm the CEO and founder of Bottleneck Medical or Bottleneck Virtual Assistants and co-founder of Bottleneck.Medical.com. Have a great day. Thank you for allowing us to stop the bottleneck in your business. And we are proud to share with you the world's first dedicated distant assistant company. Thank you so much. And we will see you definitely very soon.